Thank you. And now the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are in the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as the beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we do not have a supplementary agenda this evening, and rules for the council chambers. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meetings that welcome debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of view. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in the removal of the premises. The use of posters, signage, and literature is also prohibited. Mr. Mayor, we have 7 disclosures of pecuniary interest, direct or indirect, for open session agenda items, and they are Item 17C, the purchase of part of downtown Chatham Centre property from 100 King Street Holdings, Inc., Councillor Doyle and Councillor Allen. Item 18A, Chatham-Kent Community Hub. We have a conflict of interest from Councillor Doyle and Councillor Allen. 19A, motion of Councillor Story regarding financial transparency and accountability for the proposal to purchase the old Sears building. Conflict of Councillor Doyle and Councillor Allen. And finally, item 20A, the application for draft plan and subdivision, D.S. Clark Developments, Inc. in Marlborough Street North and Nazarene Road, community of Blenheim. Conflict of interest by Councillor Sakachi. And I will now pass it over to Edward Soldo to recognize our new general manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'd like to introduce our new General Manager of Health and Human Services, Jody Gilmet. She started a week ago, taking over from April, who retired. She comes to us from her previous role as the Director of Employment and Social Services for Halton Region, and brings with her over 25 years of experience in the social services sector, spanning 4 municipalities across Ontario. In addition to her work in employment and social services, Jody also brings many years of experience managing early years, local immigration initiatives, children's services, and early childhood education programs. Jody also knows Chatham-Kent very well, having been born and raised here in Ridgetown, I believe. Please join me in welcoming Jody, and I'll offer her the opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you so much, Edward, for the warm welcome and the kind words. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to Council, it is my absolute honor and pleasure to have been awarded this position. I'm passionate about the work that we do in the Health and Human Services Department, and I look forward to working with yourselves and with staff as I begin my journey with Chatham-Kent. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we'll now move on to the artist feature. This evening it is Troy Brooks, and I'll pass it over to Councillor Hall for the introduction.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our artist feature tonight, Mr. Troy Brooks. He's a contemporary painter. His images of elongated female subjects in film noir settings have been globally recognized as signature works in the modern pop surrealist movement, with exhibitions in Paris, Berlin, London, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Toronto, Montreal, and Australia. In 2018, he relocated from Toronto to a 19th century bank in the historic town of Wallaceburg, turning it into his main studio workspace. This oil canvas painting, which you can see behind me on the wall, from 2022 is titled Elaine. The tableau is typical of Brooks's cinematic vintage noir style, eccentric female characters caught in moments when something transformative has or is about to happen. Through light and shadow, the woman's complicated story is suggested in this plot-driven narrative. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Brooks.
And we'll move on to planning services.
Sorry, just before we go on to that, I just want to For those of you who are joining us for the first time, we try every month to every month we recognize a local person from arts and culture, various things. So this is another great example of an amazing artist we have right here in Chatham-Kent. He's known worldwide, as mentioned. I was in Florida, I was walking, I was in this place, I look up, there's one of his pieces of art. So there's a lot of amazing artists here in Chatham-Kent, not just visual, but musical, various things like that. So I just want to highlight that we're doing that each and every month to recognize the amazing people here in Chatham-Kent. So with that, we'll go to planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2, the mayor will ask if there's anyone present other than the applicant with an interest in the application and to indicate so by raising their hand. 3, the clerk will advise if written or video submissions have been received. 4, if someone present other than the applicant indicates an interest in the item, there will be a presentation by administration. 5, individuals with an interest in the application other than the applicant will be asked to proceed to the podium, provide their name and address, and address council. 6, the applicant will be asked if they wish to proceed to the podium and address council. 7, administration will be asked if they have any comments. And 8, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regards to the item. Notice, if any person or public body that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect to the proposed applications does not make oral or written submissions to the municipal clerk before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal, if otherwise eligible, unless in the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or have made an oral or written submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision, including appeal procedures. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to municipal clerk. Thank you.
12A, application for zoning bylaw amendment, Safa Sam Gunzar, 22108 Bloomfield Road, Community of Raleigh, South Kent. Mr. Mayor, there are no conflicts of interest, and I did not receive any deputations via email.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant and or the agent with an interest in this application? And if so, please indicate so by raising your hand. I don't see anyone. Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Doyle, can I get you to move this, please?
So moved, Mayor Caniff.
I'll second that.
Any questions? Also, Judy mentioned.
If the applicant's here.
Okay. Sorry, is the applicant here? Seeing none, okay. Any questions? Seeing no questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. Moving on to 12B, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Mikael and Jessica Paluca, 52 Ann Street, Community of Thamesville, East Kent. Mr. Mayor, there are no conflicts of interest, and I did receive 3 emails that I have forwarded to council.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? And do indicate so by please raising your hand. Seeing none, is the applicant here? Perfect. Councillor Pinson and Councillor Wright, can I get you to move this, please?
I'll move that, Your Worship.
I'll second it. Thank you.
Any questions of council? Seeing none, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. And the final planning application for this evening, 12C, application for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, Mary McKeever, 15013 Main Line, Community of Zone, East Kent. There is no conflict of interest, and I did not receive any deputations via email.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor Wright and Councillor Pinson, can you move this, please?
I'll move that, Mayor. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Any questions of council? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Counselor Thompson?
Yes.
All votes are in and motion passes 18-0. Mr. Mayor, this evening we have received several deputations, 34 to be exact. I will review some of them. Not all are present for this evening. So we received 15 that have forwarded an email to council with regards to an item. So I'll recognize those now. Under the DCC, we have emails submitted from Jim Carrington, the Chatham BIA, Christine Hewlett, Bonnie Carroll, Reg Deneur, Susan Jeffrey, Hans and Diane Leider, Mark H., Henry Savek, Andrew Teal, and Jane Wright. On item 19A, the motion of Councillor Story regarding the financial transparency and accountability for the proposal to purchase the old Sears building, we have two: Architectural Conservation of Ontario, Diane Chin, and KLG. And finally, the report 21A, Municipal Options to Address Growing Housing and Homelessness Crisis. We have Richard Geniak, Chatham-Kent Women's Shelter, and the Canadian Mental Health Association. Moving on to deputations on the Zoom call. We have 3. I see 2 are present on the call right now. So we'll go to the first Zoom call deputation from Marley Robinson, and this is on item 17C, the DCC.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you tonight on the important issue covered in 17C. I am confused by this. There are so many questions regarding the proposed purchase of the former Sears portion of the downtown Chatham Centre as outlined in the agenda item 17C. Anyone can buy a home who buys a home is advised to have a professional assessment of the property. Is the roof in good condition? Is there a history of flooding, any infestations? And yet our CAO, through the Office of the Director of Legal Services, is recommending we pay 4 times the assessed value of the Sears building, which has been empty for about 5 years and has no professional detailed report coming with that. We are told the acquisition includes architectural drawings, self-valued at $143,400, drawings done with no consultation with potential future occupants of the property. Let's remove those from the purchase price. There is a complicated proposal for use of, access to, and ownership of solar panels on the roof. There looks as if there's a constantly moving, flexible arrangement for future parking. Yet how many times has a business in Chatham-Kent been told they cannot open without a guaranteed number of parking spots related to the number of people expected to use the facility? It seems the museum would have to share access to the loading dock with the mall, something which could adversely affect their ability to accept valuable exhibitions. We are told that funds for this convoluted acquisition are available thanks to the shameful neglect since 2017 of our purpose-built civic center designed by renowned Canadian architect Joseph Story. I struggle to understand the lack of enthusiasm and pride in this modernist gem and find it hard to believe that staff who currently enjoy natural light from all sides with sweeping vistas of both the Thames River and Chatham's Heritage District, that they would prefer offices in a windowless box. There seem to be, sorry, I'm scrolling backwards. There seem to be architects selected for transformation of the Sears building. Was there an RFP issue for this prestigious commission? If not, why not? Staff promoting this proposal on the taxpayers of Chatham-Kent are intelligent people. The group wanting to sell the property to citizens of Chatham-Kent are also intelligent people who assure us are not interested in making money on this deal. It seems clear to me and many, many others that the municipality has not completed its homework on this multi-million-dollar project. There is a lot more work to be done before an informed decision on the future of this property can be made. Hopefully, the philanthropic current owners of the DCC will be happy to wait until we, the citizens of Chatham-Kent, have answers to our many questions and are no longer confused. This same uncooked concoction is coming up in 2 other agenda items tonight. I ask each councillor to vote no to the purchase outlined in agenda item 17C until questions about this proposal are answered. And please also vote yes to item 19A. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to hearing the deliberations between you tonight. You've got quite a load on your shoulders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I should remind all deputations on the Zoom call and in the room this evening that there is a maximum of 5 minutes per deputation, and as you can see, the timer is on the screen. Next up, we have Amy Saran, representing the Chatham-Kent Community Health Centers. Amy, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Perfect.
I am speaking in regards to the opportunities to expand services for the homeless. So, dear Mayor and members of Council, my name is Amy Saran. I'm a nurse practitioner from the Chatham-Kent Community Health Centers. I've been providing primary care for those at the Travel Lodge and VPP for the past 3 years. Throughout my time at the emergency shelter, I realized how supportive the staff are, as well as how hard they work to help the stayers. Many stayers have received primary care from me for a variety of reasons. I probably assessed 5 to 12 stayers per week since I've been attending the shelter. VPP has been a massive support for the unhoused, as they would have nowhere else to go. Imagine if you have been living on your own, in your own house, and you lose your job. With the current cost of living, you are unable to support yourself. Luckily, VPP is available, so you do not have to live on the streets. If you have been through so much abuse as a child and adolescent, then you cannot stay in your home, you cannot afford housing, or you can't figure out where else to live, you are able to go to VPP. If you have a mental health concern or a disability, you lose your housing or unable to work due to your circumstances, and you have nowhere else to go, VPP is there to help. There are so many scenarios that could cause you to need VPP. It is a support that is utilized and necessary in our community. It does not just provide a place to stay. They help the stayers navigate mental health supports, completing forms, attending appointments, as well as the housing system. If they were not available, many of these stayers would be lost to the streets, receive no health care, no supports, and it would be difficult to get back on their feet. I know there's a stigma with shelters that is all about drugs, illegal activity, and they are a nuisance in a community. This is not the case. Many stayers are not doing drugs and are trying to get back on their feet and get adequate housing. VPP has many rules in place to control drug and illegal activity. Going to the shelter weekly, I have never once felt unsafe or that I was in harm's way. It does have its downfalls currently. Many people are sleeping in bunks, sharing rooms with others. This is not supportive to those with histories of abuse, insomnia, chronic pain, or mental health issues. For those with abuse, it is hard to sleep in a room with someone of the opposite sex. For those with chronic pain, they are asked to leave the beds throughout the day. They are unable to rest. The new model would allow them to stay in their room during the day and provide these individuals with privacy and autonomy and the skills to live on their own. I've witnessed many success stories through my time. I will quickly list a few to continue to show the importance of having the shelter. There was a young gentleman that was unhoused. He had no family support, no job, and he was not on ODSP as he did not have a primary care provider. He was dying from his chronic conditions. Staff were able to assist him in finding temporary housing so he's able to die with dignity. Without them, he would likely die alone on the streets. Also, with the new model, he would not have had to rush to find temporary housing as he would have had his own space to stay. A female who has a learning disability and mental health diagnosis. Both of her parents passed away and she was unable to live independently. She was homeless as she lost her home, the home her parents lived in. She was able to go to the shelter and they were able to work with her to find appropriate housing. She is now safe and has housing. Without them, she would have likely been homeless and would have no one to turn to. I have seen many people who have lost their jobs for a variety of reasons. Due to the cost of living currently, it is almost impossible to maintain housing on minimum wage. Many have chronic conditions that impede them from maintaining a job. Many do not have a primary care provider, so they are unable to obtain medications and fill out forms to help them get an income. They can come to VPP and receive supports to find housing. They are able to obtain primary care and have the necessary forms completed. They are then able to get on their feet and find safe and adequate housing. Emergency shelters have such a negative stigma, but they are an essential support for the community. With the cost of living on the rise, the likelihood of increased need is very high. If this was your family member, a friend, or yourself, you wouldn't want to be pushed away to the streets, or you would like to have the opportunity to get supports to better yourself. The new model that is being proposed will do just that. It will provide housing for those that are waiting or unable to afford housing currently. It will serve as a stepping stone to help those in need get back on their feet. Without these supports, we are setting up so many individuals in our community for failure. Navigating this system is hard. If it was not for the support from the staff, many people would continue to be unhoused and would not be given the opportunity to better themselves. I'm sure at one point, everyone in this room needed help in some way or another, and that's what we are trying to provide for the unhoused.
Thank you, Amy. And the last Zoom deputation is Renee Giannoli. Renee, are you here?
I am.
Perfect. Feel free to go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Renee Giannoli and I run ROCK, which is Reach Out Chatham-Kent, an organization that targets people experiencing homelessness and many of whom have intersecting substance use and mental health concerns. Excuse me. We are an organization that lives in the gap with the people we serve, meeting them where they are at, and to use the phrase, boots on the ground, providing basic needs, harm reduction, and establishing relationships and connections with anyone who gives us their time. I've had conversations with many of you about the importance of the work we do, and I'm always happy to have more, as we are all now faced with the serious realities of these congruent crises affecting our own community. We can no longer sit and watch the news while larger cities try different ways to solve their problems of homelessness and the opioid crisis. It's here, and people are hurting and are dying. Now, my purpose today is not to get on my soapbox. I'm here today to support the proposal given by Josh and the ESS team. We did work with our peers and people with lived and living expertise to gather data for these proposals, and I had two initial thoughts when Josh approached me for feedback. First, my first thought, how far we have come as separate and unique organizations, working collaboratively and in partnership. And second, that Josh and his entire team cared enough to ask the people with lived and living expertise what their thoughts and opinions are. I sit and watch with gratitude while these folks keep working hard to find better and longer lasting solutions. I cannot stress enough the importance of continuing to offer emergency shelter and housing programs. My job some days is just to make sure that we're keeping everyone alive until tomorrow, and then working hard to reconnect them with any social services, which includes getting them to Vic Park Place and letting those folks do their magic. I can give you all the appropriate buzzwords you'd like to hear: collaboration, partnerships, advocacy, strategize. The organizations involved in creating positive change have been tasked to solve mountainous issues, complex and deeply layered, with waning support from provincial and federal sources holding the purse strings. But let me be bold enough to once again be that voice who speaks out to everyone in our community to remind us all. What we're speaking about right now isn't abstract. It's not about buildings or what is more cost efficient. We're speaking about people, complex, trauma-filled, hard to reach, beautiful people. I recognize that the council is tasked to spend all of our tax dollars in the most fiscally and responsible way possible. I recognize that the people we serve aren't the only people in our community who need support. But your decisions affect every person in our community in some way, and for that alone, I don't envy you, but I am grateful to you all. That said, I have also felt the support of many of you as council members and as allies, and know that decisions made this year and in years to come will speak to the legacy we will all leave for everyone in Chatham-Kent. Thank you all for listening and for all that you do.
Thank you. That is the end of the Zoom deputations, and now we'll go to the deputations present this evening. We have 13 deputations relating to the Downtown Chatham Center. We will call on first Henry Retz. On deck will be Jim Brackett from the Chatham-Kent Property Rights, Inc.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I initially sent you my comments regarding the purchase of the former Sears building in November of last year, including having them published in the Blenheim News Tribune, and I've only received one response from Councillor Allison Story, who asked me to be here tonight. I'm sure at this point that you're familiar who I am. I am a developer, a builder, an engineer, a taxpayer, and I love Chatham. And I am passionate when it comes to matters that affect not only me, but our community, Chatham-Kent, as well. And I believe in private enterprise. Councillors, please vote no on the purchase of the old Sears building. It is a potential money pit. Think of the Capitol Theatre debacle. I think that the municipality should not spend any more tax dollars investigating it as a solution to revitalizing the downtown or to replace existing municipal buildings in need of renovations. You may not personally know Harrison Hall, the predecessor to our current City Hall. It was a beautiful historic building, and for your information, it was torn down along with many other historical buildings in order to make room for the downtown Chatham Center. The downtown Chatham Center, by comparison, has no historic value. By moving into the old Sears building, we're traveling backwards with insufficient focus and thought for the future changes and expansion. In the update on Imagine Chatham-Kent Consultation and Due Diligence Report of July 26, 2022, the building capital cost and operational life cycle expenses calculated that would cost $32 million to renovate City Hall and Culture Center and expand the Chatham Library. That has since jumped to a high-level estimate of $50 million. Relocating to the old Sears building has a high-level cost of $53 million, according to these reports, not including the potential funds received if the Civic Center and library buildings are sold at the current appraised market value. It may actually cost the taxpayers more to relocate to the old Sears building, and there are no guarantees that the other municipal buildings can or will be sold or retain their value. The present offer to purchase the old Sears building, as it appears in the reports, is essentially a $3 million interest-free loans to the sellers. While the municipality expected to spend almost $500,000 more on research and design, at which point the municipality has the right to back out of the deal with no refund of the taxpayers' dollars spent on investigation that may not work on a building for this proposed purpose. Instead of spending that money investigating a building that may or may not work, the municipality should instead direct those funds towards the CK Museum to reimagine their space or to design a new building apart from the Cultural Center and maybe combine forces with the Ontario Genealogical Society or the Chatham-Kent Black Historical Society. Secondly, work with our library board, staff, and patrons to develop an expansion and a renovation plan for the current Chatham branch building. There are properties around the library building that could be bought to allow for expansion and more parking. Third, our current City Hall is a unique building in a great location. It is sad that the main reason for wanting to move out of this building is years of neglect. That is not your fault. That may have been to save tax dollars, but had we spent that money along the way, we would not be in this position today. Upgrading and fixing City Hall is an investment. It could become a community hub, better providing services and meeting the needs of the Chatham-Kent residents in location they are already comfortable with, not to mention the great views of the river and elsewhere. Why sell a purpose-built building like this with lots of light and known issues and move into a dark shopping center that will cost who knows how much on renovations to get it to be something useful? Please vote no on the mall purchase. Chatham-Kent does not need to spend more money trying to repurpose an old building that could be worth more to the downtown as a parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jim Brackett, and on deck will be Tom Coatsworth.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and councilors. I am Jim Brackett, Vice President of Chatham-Kent Property Rights Incorporated, representing our members and group in Chatham-Kent. We are here this evening as we are deeply concerned about the municipality's proposed purchase of the former Sears building. The vote this evening is to spend $2.95 million on this single project, with seemingly little to no regard for other more pressing financial priorities in our municipality. Such a singular move would only compound the impact of the 5.3% budget increase slated for 2024, but will impact the projected similar or higher budgets for the next 3 years. To be clear, this purchase was not included in the 2024 budget. Infrastructure was cut as one way to bring the budget down from a 7 point something to 5.3. The list of rural bridges, roads, and drainage that need attention is growing. Closing roads and bridges is unacceptable in rural Chatham-Kent. We need a long-term plan starting with this 4-year budget process. There will never be enough money for everyone involved in a local municipal council to accomplish every project we want to champion. However, we feel strongly that it is the duty of this and all future councilors to use the limited financial resources of this municipality to ensure that all aspects of this municipality's infrastructure are looked after before looking at new wants, if not needs. The current Civic Center, Library, and Museum can be updated and repaired for millions of dollars less than the Sears building of similar age and only a shell. Our rural infrastructure has been ignored for far too long. Agriculture in Chatham-Kent continues to be this municipality's single most significant economic driver and warrants this council ongoing acknowledgement and support. The Chatham-Kent Property Rights Group is asking the council tonight to be mindful of the great need for rural infrastructure and other municipal needs when making financial decisions that will impact the future. Thank you for your time and consideration. Jim Brackett.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tom Coatsworth. On deck is Vicky Dolby.
Councilors, Mr. Mayor, fellow citizens, I'm here to speak to this impending deal, the proposal that we buy the old Sears building and move out our seat of government a couple blocks east. There are the rosy scenarios around that are all too familiar before any great undertaking. But what if things go south? What if we have a Capitol Theater scenario? As you recall, the Capitol project was to take a year or two to build and then cost maybe $10 million, whereas it cost $18 million and took over 10 years. We have a lovely theater now, but it was a struggle. If the Sears purchase goes this way, $50 million turns into $90 million. In effect, you're giving away a new hockey arena. And that's not the worst case scenario. What if you don't like it? There's an old saying, a bird in hand is worth two in the bush. Our bird in hand is the library on Queen Street. It was built when I was about 10 years old, and I can remember thinking, what a classy building. 50 years on, I still think so. What a classy building, and yet we toss it on the table like so many poker chips. A bird in hand is this Civic Center. What a lovely neighborhood we have here. What great neighbors. The police station across the way, the Kent Club. Well, those boys can be lively on a Friday night, but when I was living in Chatham, I was a member there, and I can vouch for them. It's on the river, this Civic Center, a handsome design with room to grow, and free parking. Poker chips on the table. Oh, and a fine fire hall, let's not forget. Seems everyone's anxious to replace it. Still, here's a fire hall that we own. And if you sell the Civic Center, you will put every nickel of that sale into the new fire hall. Plus, your timeline will be expedited. A bird in hand is the Cultural Center, which, like any three-legged stool, if you snatch a leg away, the museum in this case, it begins to wobble in a year or three and it fails. All the best intentions in the world will not save it. The spiraling cost of the Sears building will compete with necessary expenditures in the county, and anything that is the least ways expendable will need to be sacrificed. More poker chips, please. This is getting to be a big pot. But of course, there's something else at play here, isn't there? And I'll tell you what it is. It's the county. The county is at play. In every ward from Erio to Wallaceburg, from Highgate to Tilbury, taxes are set to spike. Imagine what a taxpayer in Wheatley will think when he hears of the treasure being spent on the facelift for downtown here, when they have no downtown at all. Their water treatment plant is recovering from a fire. There's a stretch of Talbot Trail that is falling in the lake. Now in Wallaceburg, this last fall, I saw a pedestrian footbridge across the river that was closed indefinitely. I saw a shuttered theater that has not been able to keep up to code. I also saw the Glass House Brewery, which is a first-rate establishment, and I saw Mr. Brooks's studio gallery, and he's producing some of the finest art. But there's a feeling of a lag between the people who are forging ahead and the infrastructure, which lags behind, countywide. In my own South Kent, there is the Rose Beach line on Lake Erie, one of the prettiest drives in the county. It's closed now for erosion, and it has been for years. For just as many years, the people of Chatham have needed a new hockey arena. It's a dream that will not die, but it must wait its turn. I fear if this deal goes through, it may have to do more than wait. But let's go ahead. I can hear the supporters of the deal say, whatever comes, let's do it. Except that you don't have to wonder what will come. The future's already here. In many cities across this country, in London, Ontario, where they have the Budweiser Gardens downtown and they have the library in the downtown mall, and what has it done? Has this investment rejuvenated the downtown there? No. Did they spend a king's ransom? They did. Then why? Why? Well, because there are powerful macroeconomic forces at play. And of course, we can ignore macroeconomics if we wish, but they are not going to ignore us. This region's cities have been hit by a perfect storm. First came the Rust Belt declines of the late 20th century, when manufacturing, like migrating birds, fled to Mexico and Asia, and now there's online shopping and big box stores to add to the downdraft. This isn't a made in Chatham problem. This city core dry rot is regional and continental. A made in Chatham paint over will have little effect. Now there are many fine businesses in downtown Chatham, and they are tough and resilient and deserve our loyalty.
Thank you,
But-
Mr. Coatsworth, that's time.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. Council does have your email to finish that off. Next speaker is Vicky Dolby, and on deck is Dr. Worth.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and members of council. In the beginning, when I got involved with Liz Valley and a petition against the moving of the Civic Center and increased taxes, it was a little unnerving knocking on doors. First, I went to friends and neighbors, but I felt compelled. I went to the people of this community are very special, and they thanked me. Thank you for what you're doing. We as taxpayers and seniors are against these plans to move the Civic Center to the mall and increase taxes. It would put a heavy burden on people who are already struggling. Many businesses closed during COVID and are hurting. A business in Dresden, Martin Ria, just closed its doors December 21st. And it was heartbreaking for those people. I've met many people from all walks of life who signed the petition Many businesses signed the petition, but mainly it was the retired seniors who signed, and they are worried. One couple said to me, "Are they going to tax us out of our homes?" We, the taxpayers of Chatham-Kent, feel betrayed if these plans aren't stopped. Some people are working 3 jobs. We voted you to help this community. Please rethink your plans of moving them all at such a great expense and have compassion on your citizens. In closing, I will end with this. I came away feeling very blessed. I felt a sense of hope for the people in this community. They were just so thankful that there were people out there that cared. And they thought, maybe, just maybe, the council will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Dr. Worth. On deck is Jay Cunningham from the Kent Federation of Agriculture.
Dear Mayor Caniff and councillors, I would like to extend a sincere appreciation for having the opportunity to speak with you this evening. As a 40-year plus resident of the municipality, I've witnessed many changes within the Chatham-Kent community, both prior, during, and after amalgamation, some for the better and some for the worse. Recent events, however, regarding the relocation of the Civic Center and the potential resultant cascading repercussions have caused me great concern. I'm here to speak in support of Councillor Story's motion that has been brought before you this evening. I'm not going to rehash what she has already said astutely and outlined in her motion, which I believe is knowledge-based and backed by fundamental realities that we all as citizens of Chatham-Kent know to be true. As any municipality grows, it's expected that the infrastructure required to sustain this growth becomes necessary. Sadly, however, this is not the case in our municipality. The population of Chatham-Kent has essentially flatlined since 2012, and compared to our Ontario peers, we have the 4th lowest population year-on-year growth rate, a full 300% lower than the provincial average. Entailing massive expenditures when middle-class families are forced to attend food banks and the population growth is not present to substantiate these costs is quite frankly fiscally irresponsible. Well, as they say, hindsight is 20/20 vision. It's unfortunate that our past councils did not have the foresight to undertake the needed repairs to the structure when they were so obviously required. I spoke earlier about cascading repercussions. These are not trivial matters in any way, shape, or form. I've heard through a number of reliable sources that multiple scenarios have been put forward regarding the potential purchasing of the downtown mall or Sears building. A building that I must add has multiple water and mold issues, not to mention a parking lot area that has been deemed, to my knowledge, to be basically structurally unsound. Is the current Civic Center to become a senior center? Is the current library to become a homeless shelter in the midst of a downtown that we are trying to sustain and keep safe? Will we need a new fire station to replace the one currently here in the Civic Center? What will be the cost, and who in the end will actually be carrying the burden of those costs? A multitude of questions, but no realistic answers. In my estimation, the cost of these multiple scenarios to be seen to fruition could well be in excess of $100 million, 1/3 of CK's current municipal budget. Having been the president of a multi-million-dollar organization, I know all too well that endeavors such as these rarely run on schedule nor on budget. While I'm not an agriculturalist, there's an old farmer saying, "You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear." Let us not make that mistake again. I implore Council to strongly support Councillor Story's motion to ensure that all aspects of this potential undertaking are reviewed both strategically and economically and in the true best interest of the citizens of Chatham-Kent municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jay Cunningham on behalf of the Kent Federation of Agriculture. On deck is Rick Nichols.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff, Chatham-Kent Council. My name is Jay Cunningham, and I'm representing the Kent Federation of Agriculture and our more than 1,850 members in Chatham-Kent. We are here this evening as we are deeply concerned about the large expenditure the municipality is reviewing with seemingly little to no regard for other more pressing financial priorities in our municipality. At the top of our rather large list would be our failing rural infrastructure. The list of rural bridges, roads, and drainage that is either failing or has fallen into disrepair grows longer every year, and our rural communities and the residents continue to suffer. Closing roads and bridges and ignoring the problem is not a way to handle this. We need a long-term, comprehensive plan put into place and followed by this council as well as all future councils. Specifically, as reported by a number of our members, is the appalling state of our gravel roads. This time of year is particularly difficult for everyone concerned. However, referring to them as gravel would be a stretch. Many of them are more like dirt. This lack of gravel, combined with the many potholes, makes these roads nearly impassable at times and causes unnecessary damage to vehicles and equipment. There will never be enough money for everyone involved in local municipal council to accomplish every project they wish to champion. However, we feel strongly it is the duty of this and all future councils to use the limited financial resources of this municipality to ensure that all aspects of the municipality's infrastructure are looked after before looking at expanding it further. Our rural infrastructure has been ignored for far too long. Agriculture, which principally resides in the rural sector of Chatham-Kent, continues to be the single greatest economic driver in this municipality and warrants council's ongoing acknowledgement and support. The Kent Federation of Agriculture is asking council tonight to be mindful of the great need for rural infrastructure when you make financial decisions that will impact all of our futures. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rick Nichols. On deck is Bill Parks.
Well, good evening, Mayor Caniff, Council. My name is Rick Nichols, a tax-paying resident of the municipality for many years. I'm making this deputation because of my concerns over recent discussions pertaining to the potential plans on moving the Civic Center, Library, and Museum to the downtown Chatham Center and the costs associated in doing so. I do not agree with the moving of such. And as an example, when someone's home is in need of repair, most will fix up their home, renovate it to make it more up-to-date and modern, rather than buy or build a new home. In my opinion, that makes more sense. Times are very difficult for most people right now, and the recent tax increase is the highest this municipality has ever implemented in recent decades. Costs are rising everywhere, including at the gas pumps, grocery stores, even the cost of energy, electricity, and natural gas. It is my belief that the council is focusing on the nice-to-haves rather than the need-to-haves. For my 11 years of political experience, I saw a lot of unnecessary and overspending budgets by overzealous politicians who subconsciously wanted to put their thumbprint on projects. I know for a fact that when one election is over, political parties and individuals start planning for the next election. Yes, I'm afraid in most cases, it's all about the vote. I recall back when I was serving the people at the provincial level, I was visited by a former council member and an administrative person in and around 2012-13. They were lobbying me to gain support for a new arena to house an OHL team. Being a hockey fan, I liked the idea, but felt the municipality could not afford it. At that time, the estimated cost was around $38 million. But sadly, the municipality did not have the business and industry to support it, which would have provided good-paying jobs, corporate sponsors, and even provide corporate boxes. Costs today are estimated to be in excess of $80 million. Our municipality still cannot afford it. Which brings into question the term contingency funds. By definition, these funds are to be used for emergencies or unexpected outflows, mainly economic crisis, emergency situations that were not budgeted for, such as repair or replace aging infrastructure, natural disasters similar to, well, the flooding on the Dyke Road in Erie. Now, to the city's credit, they acted swiftly to prevent major loss of property, especially if the raging waters of Lake Erie had broken through the road, causing massive flooding on valuable farmland. Now, some might argue that we have a crisis with an aging civic center. I disagree. Our civic center home is in need of repair, so repair it. Don't buy another piece of property. Now, the question of what would the municipality do with the property located at 315 King Street West if a move were approved? Well, is there a developer that wants to develop that site? If so, what would that developer put in its place? Well, what deals are being made behind the scenes to accommodate the developer? Tax-free for 10 years? Payoffs? Well, I would hope that would never happen, although it has happened before, if not in CK, it has happened elsewhere. Elected officials should go to jail, in my opinion, if that were to occur. They need to be reminded that it was the people who elected them to represent the people's best interest and protect the public purse. Now, I do have a question should council decide to go ahead with moving the Civic Center, Museum, and Library. Would the Sears building and the mall have to be severed? I'm sure that there would have to be provisions to protect the municipality's asset in the event that the current owners of the mall, 100 King Street CK Holdings, Inc., decide to sell it. Well, let's focus on the real need-to-haves for our community. Let's exercise wisdom in our decision-making. A wise person is able to exercise their experience and knowledge in order to make sensible decisions and judgments. I've heard from seniors and young people in their 20s and 30s who want to buy a home to raise a family, but cannot due to ridiculously high real estate. Even the cost to rent an apartment has become unaffordable for many. With the recent increase of immigrants into our community, what are the plans to accommodate housing and jobs for these people that, again, so it doesn't burden the taxpayer? Does our community have jobs for these people? Council, you have some major decisions to make. The decisions are not easy ones, and I understand that. Lay aside any personal agendas or opinions you may have, and remember who elected you and why. I would support the formation of a steering committee to provide input, including staff from relevant departments and stakeholders from our community. In the meantime, I recommend that the council not proceed with the moving the Civic Center, Library, and Museum to downtown Chatham Center. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Bill Parks. On deck is Sheila Martin.
Mayor Caniff and Council, my name is Bill Parks. I'm a concerned citizen. I must comment that Council has been discussing, purchasing, and renovating the downtown Chatham Center since June 28th, 21, June 13th, 22, and October 30th, 23. My goodness, what a bunch of time. I suggest that administration not proceed any further with the following options. Option 1, do nothing. Option 3, and that's the way they're written in your brief, renovate the existing Civic Center, Library, expansion, and cultural center. Option 4, build a new civic center at a new location. It is time for council to act like they were spending their money. I mean your own money, not mine as a taxpayer, your money. Act responsibly, please. Council should consider the 5 following points. Save the $3 million to think about DCC. Now you got $3 million already. Drop the idea of a buyback sell agreement with the 100 King Street CK Holdings. Renovate the current CK Municipal Center in Chatham. renovate and expand the current CK Chatham Library, renovate the CK Culture Center in Chatham. Now I'm going to take a risk here and scold council. I wish to scold you because if you had acted responsibly to maintain our current municipal center, we wouldn't be having this silly discussion. You would have a good center. I know of 2 local businesses in Chatham-Kent who have downsized their building needs. These changes happened when their employees went to home offices during the pandemic. I do suggest that our municipal offices need to have capable staff to meet and greet our CK people. When I come here, I want an intelligent person to talk to me. When other people who are part of the staff are not here to greet me and can be put aside to their home office and don't need to greet me, I encourage that. I wish to finish with this. Please remember that you are required to spend our tax dollars wisely. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for looking after us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sheila Martin. On deck is Stephen Kubicka.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors, and members of the public. My name is Sheila Martin, and I'm a concerned citizen of Chatham-Kent. After reading the recommendations put forth by David Taylor and his legal team to purchase a portion of the downtown Chatham Centre property, I couldn't help but think that there's so much about this deal that smells bad. I have many questions. My understanding from the last council meeting on October 30th, 2023 was that buying a portion of the DCC was concept only and that the discussion was not over. But the Dave Taylor recommendations dated January 5th, 2024 say otherwise. These recommendations say it's a done deal. The council is now voting to purchase a portion of the DCC. After public consultation, Bruce McAllister announced at the last council meeting on this issue that the public consultation was inconclusive. What should you do if it's inconclusive? Should you full steam ahead and move the Civic Center to DCC? No, you should figure out the best course of action. Why is there so much confusion in the wording of these recommendations? Why isn't it clearly spelled out that 100 King Street CK Holdings Incorporated is the community partners, is Imagine CK partners? Why is admin trying to confuse the average taxpayer? Why does the Imagine CK deal keep changing? Shouldn't this be a red flag that there's something wrong with this proposal? Why is the parking garage no longer part of the agreement? Why isn't the justification for this spelled out in your proposal? Why is the parking garage now a lease agreement? Why is the municipality buying a building where part of the DCC roof that they will own has a solar panel agreement already in place that will remain after the purchase is complete? So let me get this straight. The municipality is buying a roof from CK Holdings and then leasing that roof back to CK Holdings for that portion that has the solar panels on it because it's part of a solar panel agreement that CK Holdings can't get out of. This makes no sense. Why wasn't the solar panel agreement disclosed at the last council meeting on this issue? Why is it just being disclosed now? Robson Associates initially appraised the total property, including land, building, and parking garage, at between $2.2 million and $2.4 million. And now removing the parking garage, removing some of the land, and removing some of the building, Robson Associates has revised their appraisal to $630,000. There lies the biggest question of all. Why is the municipality agreeing to buy a portion of the DCC for just over $3 million when it's now only worth $630,000? These numbers don't add up, and the answer is basic math. Your responsibility as a municipal councillor is to make sound financial decisions, and this is not a good financial decision. Why hasn't the Civic Center been maintained all these years? If you had a leaking roof on your house, would you fix it, or would you let it continue to leak until it was in such a poor condition that you had to take drastic measures and offload the entire building because of your neglect? If you wouldn't do this with your personal assets, why would you do it with municipal assets? Why are you considering selling perfectly good municipal assets that are not at end of life, the Civic Center, and buying a portion of the DCC building that is at end of life? Ask yourself, is this agreement in the best interest of our community? There's considerable outcry in opposition to this proposal to buy a portion of the DCC. I would like to remind the mayor and members of council that you have an ethical obligation to represent constituents in the municipality. Your job is not to do what you wish. It's not to push through your own agendas or the agenda of administration. Your job is to act as an elected official and represent what the majority of the citizens of this municipality want. You should be able to form your own opinions based on feedback that you've received from constituents that they do not want the Civic Center to move. Citizens want the Civic Center to be maintained and renovated as it should have been done years ago. This issue should go to a referendum, and the decision should be made by the citizens of this community. Please do the right thing. Please represent the constituents of Chatham-Kent, and please vote no to this proposal. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stephen Kabika, and on deck is Pam Kuipers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The potential moves of City Hall, the library, and museum would be one of the largest capital expenditures in the history of Chatham-Kent, and total costs are still not known in precise terms or have been presented to Council and the public in detail. Many taxpayers I've spoken to are not in favor of moving City Hall to the former Sears building. Additionally, the library board, staff, and users are not in favor of the library moving. With regards to the museum, the advisory committee, staff, and users are not supporting the idea of a move. Since this $60 million is not budgeted for, how are we paying for this proposal? Where will the budget cuts be made? The recent four-year budget is 35% when including the compounding factor. How much higher taxes can residents endure? Finding a new homeless shelter, lack of affordable housing, aging infrastructure versus a nice-to-do project doesn't improve Chatham-Kent. Does moving City Hall trump the Wheatley Water Treatment Plant and the Wallaceburg Water Treatment refurbishment? Or do our taxes increase by double digits as these projects are not in the budget and must get done? Sears has been vacant for years and is in a state of deterioration, while the library, museum, and civic center are not at end of life. The current public buildings need maintenance, which was unfortunately delayed, but the structures have many years of useful life remaining. Council and the public have not been provided detailed information. What happens to the fire hall? I've heard there are already buyers for these three buildings. How is this possible? Isn't there a process for the sale of public assets? A process that would be open to all bidders? The downtown mall has been a losing proposition for years. One only needs to look at the number of owners in the last couple decades. A dollar store, jewelry store, clothing store, anchored with heart and fit for less, is not attracting new tenants or customers. Many of us remember the downtown of the past. Having worked from 1967 to 1977, I saw a thriving downtown with very few empty storefronts. Jim Hope of Fitzgerald Walkwell Shoes was my manager. Upon first seeing the mall proposal, he said the mall would destroy the downtown with the elimination of storefronts and not do well in the long term. Let's not forget the debacle of tearing down a nearly new downtown parking garage to make way for the downtown center, a history of bad decisions. Moving City Hall, the library, museum would make the downtown center financially much improved, but does it improve the life of Chatham-Kent residents? Not if the taxes are going up far beyond the already staggering increases. Residents are satisfied with the current facilities. I am very pro-downtown. It is improving as more people live there, but more could be done without these moves. With the recent closing of the Dutch Market, the Sears building would benefit by becoming a no-frills type grocery store. The many residents of 121 King Street West could walk across the street for groceries. People without transportation living in the core and beyond would appreciate that convenience. With the owners of Simply Shoes retiring, there's no longer a good shoe store. A store like Bioped could fill that bill. Lionel's Menswear and Boys and Herd have never been replaced. One can't even get a coffee in the downtown mall. Gold Coast and Holland Optical, which has roots going way back to Bingham Optical, are solid businesses on King Street without moving into the mall. Maintain what we have. That's what people have told me. Our taxes are already at high levels, and there are other pressing issues in Chatham-Kent that need to take priority. The downtown center needs help in a big way from additional businesses, not from these moves. Perhaps a motion for a public referendum to have the voters have a say is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Kuipers. On deck is Phil Richards. Is Pam Kuipers here? Okay, is Phil Richards here? On deck after Phil Richards is Robert Clark.
I appreciate a chance to address the council tonight regarding the proposed buying of the Sears building. My comments are going to center on my concerns as to why to move to downtown building, being the Sears. If the motion passed as presented in the agenda, I'm thinking that no further work would be done as far as estimating repairs and one thing or another to this building. We have a figure, I believe, of $27 million right now. But has that figure been broke down? Main concern I've heard about moving to the council chambers to the ground floor for accessibility. And I asked a former councilor why this is. Well, there's only one elevator. If it breaks down, we don't have accessibility. So tell me, what's the estimate to put a second elevator in? Make it accessible. Because if it's not accessible with two elevators, there's not a hospital in southwestern Ontario that's accessible. Every one, you have to go to higher floors to get your services. So I have trouble with the accessibility argument. If the second floor isn't considered accessible, well, I've already said that. One or few of the members of council have enough information to make an informed decision tonight. Of the $27 million, what portion is just the cost of moving these chambers to the first floor? I think it'd be a huge figure. So then if there was a way of accommodating keeping it up here, how much less would the repairs be to the building, the renovations? As I said in my deputation, sure, many of the upgrades could be carried out over a period of years and spread the cost out over a few years. With the downtown proposal, you'll have all the costs incurred up front in 2-3 years, whatever it might be. The other reason for moving to the Sears building is to revitalize the downtown. My question is, where is downtown? I thought the Capitol Theater was considered to be downtown. If it is, I believe it's only a 5-minute walk from this building to the Capitol Theater. So therefore, how far away is this building from being downtown? The issue of the library moving, I saw a while ago the library was not in favor of moving. So has the board of the library board passed a motion that they want to move to the Sears building? If council committee commits to moving to the Sears building, and with the cost of the renovations, will it impact any other capital projects within the municipality? That's been touched on by other people. You only have a limited amount of resources. And somebody would ask the council to consider whether they have enough information to make a decision tonight. How much would a second elevator cost? How much is moving the council chambers as part of the 27 million projected to change the building? Does the library want to move? What impact would this project have on other capital projects within the municipality? Each member of council will have to look at these questions and decide if they have enough information to make an informed decision on what is the best for the municipality in the interest of all the taxpayers of Chatham-Kent. Thank you for your attention.
Next speaker is Robert Clark. On deck is Sherry Saunders and Heather Carnahan from the Chatham-Kent Community Health Services.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and members of council. Obviously, tonight you have much to consider on this issue. A couple of people tonight have mentioned the library board. I am Robert Clark, the chair of the library board, and we have discussed at great length this issue. We have made several presentations and deputations, but we have not had a vote one way or the other because there is still not a specific project on which we can make a decision. There is still much in play. I am here this evening to address one aspect of item 18, which is the community hub, and it's related to a recommendation about stakeholder engagement in the attached memorandum from the General Manager of Infrastructure and Engineering Services. As this project has the potential to create a modern new branch of the Chatham Library, we believe the library board must be actively involved in the planning if your decision is to proceed. Mayor Caniff, you'll recall that when we met, you indicated you seemed it was appropriate for the board to have a representative on the planning committee. The memorandum I referred to indicates that only the chief librarian will be directly involved, with her then reporting to the board. This does not permit the board to be fully and collaboratively engaged with this important project. I also note that Councillor Story's motion, 19A on the agenda, recommends that a steering committee that includes stakeholders be formed. It is indeed the CKPL board's desire that a representative participates in the planning process, if you proceed to go ahead, in a parallel fashion with the chief librarian, and if a steering committee is established, that the library board has representation on that. We just want to be actively involved in whatever happens. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next three deputations are with regards to item 21A, municipal options to address growing housing and homelessness crisis. First speaker is the Chatham-Kent Community Health Centers. On deck is Lori Bailey, followed by Ruth Draper.
Dear Mayor Caniff and members of council, my name is Sherry Saunders. I'm the Executive Director with the Chatham-Kent Community Health Centers, commonly known as CKCHC. And for those that you may not know, the CKCHC is mandated to serve equity-seeking groups within our Chatham-Kent community. So myself, along with Heather Carnahan, our Director of Clinical and Client Services, responsible for the overseeing of the outreach that serves Victoria Park Place, is here tonight to speak to the recommendations to address emergency housing in Chatham-Kent. The CKCHE is also a member of the Housing and Homelessness Committee, and recognizing our community needs housing options for the growing number of underhoused persons. Just think of the frigid cold tonight that's peaking, and the risk for hypothermia, and all of the weather-related issues. A roof over our head is essential. As persons who are underhoused are priority populations for access to primary care, we have partnered with Employment and Social Services to deliver healthcare services to clients accessing emergency housing since 2021, as you've heard from Amy Saran's Zoom call and sentiments this evening. We started this service at the Travel Lodge and been providing services at Victoria Park Place weekly since its launch. Specifically in this weekly outreach, nursing, along with Amy, our nurse practitioner, attends VPP and meets with anyone needing medical care, advice, referrals, navigation in the health system. In our outreach setting, we've assisted hundreds of Chatham-Kent residents who would have not had access to primary care without this partnership. We've helped clients manage through their cancer diagnosis, treatment, recovery. We've helped persons with broken bones, lacerations, other terminal illnesses, as well as provide comprehensive primary care services in this outreach setting, using holistic approaches to address all of their social determinant of health needs in alignment with our mandate and our model of care. So our team has assisted many individuals with very complex situations, such as receiving long-term health care services that they require, in partnership with municipal staff securing housing for these individuals. We've also had the assistance of municipal staff in organizing meetings with the larger health system known as the Chatham-Kent Ontario Health Team to address the need for community services for those with very complex needs who otherwise are going without and burdening unnecessary emergency response services.
We understand that the municipality is reviewing options for emergency housing and recommending individual transitional cabins. CKCHC fully supports the transitional cabin model of care. CKCHC is willing to continue our partnership if the municipality continues to provide this essential service. The proposed model grants people the privacy they need to begin healing from many of the traumas that brought them to homelessness. We and the collective team at the CKCHC support giving people back a level of autonomy while having on-site supports and services at the ready. We could not have helped our shared clients at VPP if the program did not exist, and many of those vulnerable persons would still be homeless and suffering without community programs and working together. Further, we have not witnessed non-CK residents accessing VPP like the rumors that state otherwise. The need in the community is growing, and we can all attest that life is getting more expensive. The social determinants of health explain very clearly why we are seeing more people suffering in our community. They also explain why we should not be surprised that without changes, we will see the problem getting worse. If people cannot afford housing, where do we expect them to go? If they cannot afford food, what do we expect them to do? If they can't store their medication, how can we expect them to be well? If they can't sleep, how do we expect them to get a job? Could you? Housing is a basic need and needs to be addressed for persons that are homeless in our community. Without access to programs like VPP, more people will suffer and be forced to live outdoors, where they will not have regular and consistent access to the services that they need. Needless suffering will not motivate people to change their lives. Access to supports, stability, autonomy, and dignity will. CKCHC is committed to continuing our partnership with the municipality for shared client care, continued collaboration, and partnership in advancing health and well-being for the homeless population in Chatham-Kent. The Chatham-Kent Community Health Centre requests Council continue to provide emergency housing and fully support the transitional cabin model of care to those experiencing homelessness in Chatham-Kent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lori Bailey, and on deck is Ruth Draper.
Hello. I am Lori Bailey, and I'm the General Manager for Hope Haven. Last time I appeared before you, I had the support and physical presence of my team with me. Tonight, we are open, doing our very best to keep people alive in this cold, and that was more of a priority than appearing here for our staff. I represent them and those that we support tonight. Since our day program began, we have seen the number of attendees grow by nearly 800%. We have evolved from a small crew of dedicated volunteers with kind hearts and good intentions to a strong team of trained, compensated staff who spend their days working with clients experiencing homelessness and precarious housing. Many are experiencing mental health and addiction challenges. Other services and departments have failed them for a plethora of reasons. At the end of the day, many of the people who come to Hope Haven have absolutely nowhere else to go. Many are not able to succeed in the congregate living that is the current municipal shelter and live instead in parking lots, parks, and forests throughout CK. They drop into our program, get what they need, and head back out into the elements. You know where they are. I'm sure that your inboxes are as full as mine is about the visible homeless in our community. They come to us and we do our absolute best to care for them. I promise you that it is not enough. We just don't have the resources. Nothing changes if nothing changes, and things must change. As a small charity, we do not have the power to facilitate what this community needs to end homelessness, but you do. More than having the power, you have the responsibility. Albert Einstein defined insanity as doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. We know that COVID necessitated the opening of a large emergency shelter. We also know that this program met the needs of the majority of those experiencing homelessness in our community. We cannot ignore the reality that it didn't meet the needs of everyone. Those that you see throughout Chatham-Kent and encampments are evidence that our current system is not working. The congregate living is not a model that everyone can succeed in. To continue to spend resources on the same system then would be nothing short of insanity. Let's do better. In 2021, we had 12,049 visits. In 2022, we had 19,006, and last year we had over 25,000. 96% of those people are from Chatham-Kent. They have been raised in your neighborhoods. They have gone to school with your children. Our program, initiated to serve those experiencing homelessness with a hot meal and a daytime reprieve, has become a vital service to prevent homelessness for those having to choose between groceries, utilities, and rent. It isn't perfect, and we are stretched beyond our means every day. People tell us that in our absence they would die. I know that's true. In addition to those that we have sheltered from the elements, we have administered life-saving naloxone and CPR 14 times. We have trained 64 people in its safe administration. Through the work of volunteer healthcare professionals committed to Hope Haven, we have averted emergency room visits for many. We have provided flu vaccine clinics, COVID-19 clinics, hepatitis C testing and treatment. We host the mobile care clinic providing support for mental health and addictions, withdrawal services, community referrals, and primary care. All of these services have been well attended by people that we believe would otherwise not overcome the barriers to the services they need. We know that we are not popular amongst the downtown businesses who see us as a magnet for encampments and the collection of items and garbage that come with them. What you must know is that in the absence of our program, without our haven, the people that need us will not just go away. Their needs would not be suddenly met without our support. And where do you think they would go? 25,000 visits. Where would they go? I promise you that nobody wants us to stop serving those experiencing homelessness more than we do. There isn't one person associated with Hope Haven that wants to work here until we retire. We would so much prefer to assist with food insecurity and life skills and development. If your heart breaks when you step outside these last few days, thinking about those living in the elements, if you're angered by the sight of an encampment, let me assure you that we want it gone 10 times as badly as you do. But as long as there are people experiencing homelessness in our community, we will be here. We refuse to close. In surveying the clients that depend on our service, they are well aware of the perils and shortcomings in the current system of emergency housing. When we discussed the options that are presented to you today, the feedback was abundantly in favor of the cabin-style system. They highlighted the ability to have privacy, for spouses to share accommodations, and for people to not be forced to give up their pets. We have worked hard alongside our municipal partners to augment the good work that they are doing. There is absolutely nothing more pressing on any agenda tonight than the human lives on the streets in Chatham-Kent.
Thank you. And the last speaker this evening is Ruth Draper.
Good evening, council members, Mayor. I've just realised it's 4 years ago since I stood here, and I was 90 then, so here I go. First of all, don't laugh now. It's really, the subject is due to the homeless. Since it's been very prominent, the ATM machine at the TD Bank downtown does not only open when there's somebody turns up at the bank. That's number one. Another thing, there is 7 thrift shops in town, and only 5 of those now are accessible with a washroom for especially us seniors when we're trying to shop and get some bargains. That's another thing. And 3 of them are downtown, so that kind of tells me something about them. Another thing is, this really got to me. The police were saying they wanted to do something about the homeless, and I went in and I said, about the Third Street Bridge, which got very, very bad, which they disbanded about 10 encampment people under there, so that was okay. But then they said they wanted to be notified if it still people existed there, which it did. But anyway, to get to the story thing is that I went to the police one day and I said, there's a pup tent under there. It's actually been there for the last 4 weeks, but it disbanded. Then the next thing I looked, and there's this whole width of under that bridge, as far down, maybe from here nearly to where the mayor's sitting, was garbage, absolutely strewn. So that means it's getting bad, I would imagine. Anyway, when I said we should do something about move them, try to get them in shelters, we can't tell them to do that because they have a right. So I said, what got me is at the time, which is maybe last year sometime, they said to us seniors that if we're in a hospital and they need the beds because of COVID on and off, they need the beds. So I said, anyway, they needed these beds, and I said, that's fine. So, but if we didn't go into any long-term care that they wanted to put us into, whether it be Chatham, Timbuktu, Windsor, wherever, for our loved ones to get to us, then I said, if we didn't move, then they were going to charge us so much per day to stay in hospital. So I actually said to the police constable, where is our rights? We've paid our dues all these years and we're not getting the service that we needed, and yet most of the homeless are not hungry because there's all kinds of places. I've known them to even come in from London because they've heard how well Chatham is and how generous we all are. Now, the advocates are trying to help them, which I believe, yes, they do need help, and especially those that are trying to make something of their life but having difficulty with the cost of everything today, then I do feel they should be able to be helped. Do something about them. We don't have enough manpower to find out how many people all these people are. That seems a bit ironic to me. I think this time that there's a big sort out because it's really been left to go on so long that they're in a position now that they just don't know where to go. And I know there was a letter from a guy, and he just said there is three kinds of homeless, and I think it is true. And those that need help should get the help, and those who are did it on their own accord, sorry, tough. And we need our city back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Draper. Mr. Mayor, we'll now move on to the consent agenda. So the following reports have been pulled from the consent agenda. Item 17C, purchase of part of downtown Chatham Center property from 100 King Street Holdings, Inc., pulled by Councillor Pincinel, Councillor McGrail, Councillor Finn, Sakachi, Story, Jubenville, and a conflict with Councillor Allen and Councillor Doyle. Item 18A, Chatham-Kent Community Hub, pulled by Councillor Pincinel, Finn, Story, Jubenville, conflict by Councillor Allen and Councillor Doyle. Item 18B, Wheatley Arena Improvements, pulled by Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Anderson. Item 18C, extending hours of operation of off-road vehicles, pulled by Councillor McGrail, Councillor Pincinel, and Councillor Crew. Item 19A, the motion of Councillor Story regarding financial transparency and accountability for the proposal to purchase the old Sears building, pulled by Councillor Story and Councillor Jubenville, conflict by Councillor Allen and Councillor Doyle. Item 20A, application for draft plan subdivision, DS Clark Developments, Inc. We have a conflict by Councillor Sakachi. Item 21A, municipal options to address growing housing and homelessness crisis, pulled by Councillor Crew and Councillor Sakachi, and we also have a presentation from administration. 21B, community solutions to housing and homelessness, pulled by Councillor B. McGregor. And finally, item 22A, delegation of authority bylaw, pulled by Councillor Jubenville. Therefore, to be approved in one motion on the consent agenda, we have items 15A, B, C, D, E, item 16A, item 17A, B, item 18D, E, F, G, H, I, and J.
Councillor McGrail and Councillor C. McGregor, can I get you to move the consent agenda, please?
Sure, I'll put that forth.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote. Oh, so Councillor Jubenville?
Yes, I just want to confirm that I did ask for 25A, but I don't know if that's...
That's separate from the consent. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Bondi? Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0.
Oh, Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to, in respect of everyone who has attended tonight on a very cold evening and listened to everyone's deputations on a variety of issues, primarily with the downtown redevelopment proposal, I would like to, out of respect for those folks in attendance, I'd like to move the three items that relate to that topic on the agenda to the beginning of the agenda. I do have that written for Meredith. 19A, 17C, and 18A in this order to the beginning of the agenda, please.
Can I get a seconder for that first? Councillor Thompson?
I would second that.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Yes, just to let council know, I did send an email to all of council, but this is really for the purpose of the public also. The clerk's role is to structure the most effective and efficient agenda for meetings so that we're here on Monday nights making the best use of our time. When preparing the agenda, we always look at multiple things, including but not limited to optimizing the use of the consent agenda at the front end of the meeting, which approves, as you know, many agenda items exponentially. We front load presentations on the agenda for ease and convenience for external partners who we may be paying by the hour, and members of the public who may wish to attend without being have to wait for later in the agenda. We also prioritize reports that were on the agenda in response to a previous council direction and committed to dates that we said we would return to council. And during planning combined meetings, we prioritize planning meetings and ensure that the legislative requirements for timing and public consultations are preserved. Other businesses like notices of motion typically go at the end of a department on the agenda, as they customarily deal with advancing business on a topic in a future agenda. Communication items and non-agenda business items are deemed important but less critical and are at the end of the agendas. From time to time, the mayor and members of council may wish to reorder the agenda to action items in different ways, and the procedural bylaw does set out a process for that, and it is section 2C, the ability to move things around by suspending the rules and amending the order of business. So with that motion put on the floor by Councillor Story this evening, we can put it to vote for council to reorganize the reports, and it'll require a 2/3 vote of council. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you just clarify the current order as far as the agenda after the consent agenda, please?
Yes, so right now, moving on the consent agenda, the next item we would be dealing with is 17C, which is the legal report from Dave Taylor on the DCC, followed by Edwards, followed by the Wheatley Arena, extending hours, and then Councillor Stories. And then there are a few more at the end of it.
Okay, so yeah, just to sort of clarify there, the three items that Councillor Story is looking for are dealt with in the first 5 items, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we put it to vote? Okay, we'll put it to vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Just for my own clarity, when it comes to the reports and presentations, if council were to move in one direction, and I'm just going to use 19A and 18A, which give different directions to staff, once one is approved, would 2/3 be needed for the other one to be, would there need to be a reconsideration vote before we move forward with the conversation between one and the other? Because they are essentially putting us in different directions. I'd just like to clarify that for members of the public and for myself.
Thank you for the question. So yes, this is a play-by-play type thing that we'll be looking at from a procedural perspective. If 17C is approved, and I believe there's if 17C is approved, the community hub one they go hand in hand. Then if it remained the way it was on the agenda now, we would get to Councillor Story's motion, and we would look at each request, I think there's 8 of them there, and predict whether it requires a reconsideration or not, or maybe just a small amending of the words if it currently says for the purchase, just sorry, 1 second here. Sorry, I'm on the whereases. If the municipality moves ahead with the purchasing of the Sears building, if you've already approved that, we would just eliminate that, and they could, a steering committee could still be requested and further stuff. So we would have administration deal with each one of those. So it wouldn't be a full reconsideration of a full motion. We would have to break it all down to see what is relevant and so on. If the first one failed of the purchase of the property, then we wouldn't proceed probably with the rest because it's a null and void situation. Does that help?
Sorry, there's too many flashing lights here. And in the current items, should 19A move forward, then we would need 2/3 for 17C following. Is that correct?
We can lean on Dave, but my understanding is that 19A goes first in asking for this information. It would potentially mean that the 2 reports are deferred until that information comes forward. But I'd like Dave to answer to that also.
Thank you. Appreciate it, just to clarify process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I agree with that conclusion that Councillor Story's motion establishes a number of things that Council would be directing staff to do before this matter is considered. And of course, these items 17C and 18A are both from a previous council direction that we're now returning to in order to move forward with the downtown Chatham Centre matter if council so directs. And so I would read those as being, you know, necessarily deferred really if Councillor Story's motion was approved. I'd also like to just flag though that under the procedural bylaw rules, reconsideration within the same meeting is not a 2/3 vote, it's actually a majority vote.
Any other questions? Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I maybe I have a little bit of an opportunity to explain the reason why I requested my motion to go first. Was not totally in self-interest of the motion, but because chronologically and procedurally, I did submit my motion over a month ago, and it's been in the public domain since then, and I do think that there is a reasonable and good faith argument to have 19A go first. The intent of my motion is to ensure financial transparency and accountability on this process, and I do believe that if we're all interested in that around this council table, I would certainly welcome your support in having that discussion. And I am open to amendments on my motion if that ends up being a reasonable option to make it more palatable at this point. But there is a community interest in my motion being discussed first. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion fails 7-11. So we'll move on to the next report on the agenda, which is 17C, the purchase of part of the downtown Chatham Center property from 100 King Street Holdings, Inc.
Councillor Finn and Councillor McGregor, you should move this, please.
Happy to move that.
Oh, sorry, Councillor B. McGregor.
So
Thank you. Councillor Finn, the floor is yours, then I'll go to Councillor McGregor, then I have a number of other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the list here.
Thank you, Worship. Just a thanks to Dave with the report. It asked for everything that we asked for and had approved in October. I would like to clarify something, though, that I kept hearing about the library board not being in agreement with this move. I'd like to bring note to an email I received last night stating at the beginning, "Dear Library Board colleagues, those attending our November meeting, all councillor members were absent due to a timing conflict. Nevertheless, we had quorum. We'll recall that we unanimously approved a motion demonstrating the board's desire to be actively involved with the planning process for the library relocation to what is now known as the community hub." And it ends with, "I look forward to seeing you on Tuesday when we can further discuss the community hub with His Worship the Mayor." So to me, in addition with what is listed in the report, that there will be ample opportunity for the board, and they have stated that they unanimously were in agreement as long as somebody was speaking with them. And I believe that with the chief librarian and the curator also being consulted as was listed in the report, I think this is a move that all people are heard, including the community, as there will be community involvement meetings, if I'm not mistaken.
Councillor B. McGregor, then I'll go to Councillor Pinsino, McGrail, Sakachi, Story, and Jubenville.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I appreciate Councillor Finn's contribution of the messaging from the library board. I think that's helpful as well. Certainly there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of information, a lot of reports to go through on what is a very long-standing potential project. And in looking at that feedback, listening to the deputations, there's a few things that jump out at me that are important to the community. So municipal cost was certainly something that we heard often. Architectural value is something that I received feedback from in a number of emails. And I think a focus needs to be library services. We heard quite a bit about that. Museum capacity and accessibility. So I think that whenever you undertake a large project, I think it's important to sometimes roll back your thinking and think about what the fundamentals are and what's trying to be achieved. And I think we can all agree that libraries and museums are important infrastructure in our communities. They provide vital services, and I think that everyone would agree that there's phenomenal programming at the library and at the museum, and it's really important in our community. And I think when we talk about this project, we need to keep that top of mind. There was a few questions I had for clarity, and I apologize if this brings us back to a previous report that we went through. But when we talk about the options that were presented to us, there was a do nothing option, a renovate everything option, and this move to the Sears option. And I just maybe wanted to bring us back and ask Edward, what was the high-level expected cost of renovation of the Civic Center in place? And was there an increased cost to needing to do that on an emergency basis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report on October 30th of last year did provide an overview of the various options. And in terms of renovating this space here, I believe the cost of just renovating like for like was about $28 million. To move the council chamber downstairs and to enhance the facility, I believe the overall cost was $37 million.
Okay, thank you. And co-locating all of those services in one building and doing the move with the museum and the library, what was the net difference in that cost? So how much would it cost us versus the needed renovation that we've been told will have to happen on an emergency basis if we don't decide to eventually do it? So we know there's a known cost to renovation. What would be the increased cost if we went forward with the proposal in the Sears location and co-located all those services?
I believe that the report identified it would be cost of $43 million to move the museum, the library, and the Civic Center to the new Sears building.
And then with the guaranteed sale of some assets, I believe we said the net difference was $6 million, correct? So the difference between renovating in space, moving to the Sears building was $6 million, right?
That's correct.
So I think that's what the question comes down to me. Is it worth $6 million to upgrade a library, upgrade a museum for known identified deficiency to make them more accessible to members of our community? I know if anyone's been in the library, gone upstairs at the imagination station, it's fantastic. I can't imagine trying there is an elevator, but I can't imagine trying to navigate that space with someone with an assisted device. So we have an opportunity to fix some of those wrongs. And I think, when I look around the horseshoe, I do see some folks that are here because they worked really hard to protect library services in their communities. And I think that's something that we need to do in this community and look at the increased need. We're a growing community, and we have a building that's been identified with significant need. Now, the idea of renovating all of these assets in place, Civic Center here, doing an upgrade to the library and its location, upgrading the museum, would that net cost be less or more than moving to the Civic Center, that $6 million, or moving to the Sears building, that $6 million difference?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't undertaken a detailed design or cost assessment for upgrading the library to the 35,000 square foot, so there's no design done. So we don't really have a cost for that or the cultural center. But I would say that upgrading both those facilities at the current location or modification of such would be more than $6 million.
Yeah, and I think that's where we come back to that municipal cost concern. I think that when we look at the options before us, this is the most financially responsible route to take. Certainly during this process, things have notably changed, of course, and I think that that's expected with any large undertaking. And that happens because there's feedback around this table. It happens because community members bring up concerns. And I know myself, at various points I had some concerns, and I think a number of them have changed. So, there's concern over the disposition of this building, and seeing a minimum cost I think is really helpful. I know we heard a little bit about that in deputations, but it is in the report what that minimum cost is, and that still the building goes out for that public tender process. The municipality won't be taking ownership of the parking garage. I think that was something we had some concerns about, and is a valuable change. There's a guaranteed minimum square footage for the library, and that was a concern that we heard very loudly, and I was very happy to see that Councillor Finn moved to include the last time we visited that, and there will be inclusion of library experts in that design, which I think is really important. And I think really importantly, there's the buyback provision. So, we may be talking about the project in total tonight, but this is one decision point that is not the only decision point. So there are a lot of unknowns, and of course there are with any of these types of project. There's significant cost to detailed design and those types of things, and we can't have all those options in front of us with every detail. But we can have high level estimates that are really helpful, and now we have some surety that if things go a direction that we can't tolerate, there's minimal municipal risk. So I think that that's really important to keep in mind. And what always strikes me is there is a
sorry, Mr.
Councilor McGregor, whatever
thank you. Councilor McGregor, if you're nearing 5 minutes. So
I'm almost done, yeah.
Thank you.
So I think there's a cost to saying no, and I've heard it tonight that you know, we've let this building go, and that's why we're in this situation we're in. And I remember being here in 2018 and 2020 when renovation reports came forward. They were originally $13 million in 2018. They were $18 million in 2020, and now we're at $37 to $43 million. We said no those 2 times. We said it because we thought we were saving taxpayer money. We've kicked that can down the road. We have not saved anyone any money. So there is a cost to saying no. It's politically easy, it's convenient, but there's a cost. And when we have to come back here and deal with those emergency costs, and they've escalated, we're gonna have the same voices telling us it's too much money. This is the most financially responsible decision we can make. We know we need more information. We're going to get it, and we're gonna do this responsibly. Thank you.
Before I go on with the rest of council, I was wanted to go to Edward Soldo. Just he had just kind of in lieu of a presentation. There's a few things he just wanted to highlight. So, Edward, if I can go to you, and then I'll go to Councillor Pinstone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just maybe in order to provide some context and some clarity, these 2 reports that are before you here tonight really are on the council agenda in response to existing council direction, which was to further explore option 5, a purchase of a portion of downtown Chatham Centre and relocate, direction that was given on October 30th. The first report at a high level, really from legal, deals with the purchase of the property and the terms and conditions as per council direction related to the buyback provision as well as parking. And then the second report from IES outlines the process related to next steps in implementation, undertaking the design, the stakeholder engagement, and preparing a tender for construction. The recommendations speak to the contract amendment for consulting services, as well as the hiring of staff project manager to manage the initiative. It's important to note, we're talking about a lot of numbers here tonight, that there's really only one new financial decision being made here tonight, being asked of council here, and that's related to the former Sears building purchase for $2.95 million. The contract amendment for consultant services, as well as the hiring of the staff member is already funded by previously approved council funding of $2 million that was approved in August of 2020 to the Building Lifecycle Reserve. So it's important to note that we're not approving a tender here tonight of construction of the facility. It's only for the purchase of the property. At a future date, when the detailed concept design is done, there will be updated costs, and staff will be coming back to council for approval to move forward. Further to that, there will be a further contact point with council in terms of approvals as a tender would be issued, and then we'd be coming back to council at that point to have final approval prior to construction itself. So I just want to make a point that we're speaking about only one financial decision here tonight. Thank you.
All right, I'll go to Councillor Pinstone, then Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Worship. When the Imagine CK concept come forward, that had a little sparkle to it. I think that had the potential of rejuvenating the downtown. In my opinion, this concept does nothing for that. This is a lot of money for a building that we're going to, we haven't done our due diligence on to know what you're going to get into. A 40-year-old building, you don't know what's in there until you get it torn apart. And I just think that's a lot of money to spend on something that we haven't done our due diligence. We just went through a tough budget here, and I don't see them getting any easier in the near future anyway. And we got to start thinking value spending. Are we getting value for a dollar? Now, we hear one side of that, but we don't know that. We don't know until we know what we get into. And you can't do that without getting your due diligence done. We've received a lot of emails, and I mean, you can count on one hand how many I got that were in favor of this, and people coming into my office, and I'm talking 14 or 15 people, every one of them is irate that we would spend this kind of money on a project. I just don't, to me, it looks like we're putting out a blank check on something that we know nothing about. We have an idea, but we don't know enough about it. And I think that's just going to come back and haunt us in the future. And I can't support this. If this does happen to pass, I hope you take into consideration the library board wanting to be part of the process moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Tonight I'd like to ask a couple questions in the course of the last week or so that I had put forth to me and I couldn't answer myself to 100%. So if we can quickly go through the questions just to make them on record, the answers on record, and that we can refer to them in future maybe talks and debates. So number one, thinking of the Civic Center and Sears Building, which structure at this moment is the most sound? Which structure has the most potential to be around for the next 50 years?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council may recall that staff undertook a building condition assessment of the Civic Center, and we provided those results to council last year. Further to that October meeting, administration did retain a consultant to undertake a structure and building envelope review of the former Sears building, and that report states that there's no evidence of any structural concerns that would impact the reported renovation plans. In the opinion of that consultant, assuming maintenance of the building systems and appropriate engagement of design professionals as part of the renovation, that structure can last an additional 50 years. So I can't really give you an answer which building is, the most, I believe your question was most structurally sound. They're both structurally sound. It just depends on the level of effort and work being put into the buildings when we do the renovations.
Great, thank you. Number two, does the library have enough money right now to renovate existing building to their requested 35,000 square feet?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So council has not approved any funds to date for the expansion of the Chatham Library branch. Council approved a library master plan in 2008 that included recommendations to increase the size to the approximately 35,000 square foot branch, but to date has not funded any of that expansion.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk about the museum for a second. Museum, in the past, has the museum requested more space, extensive renovations?
I'm going to ask our director, Audrey, to come up and answer that.
Through the mayor, thank you, Councillor McGrath, for your question. So the museum, storage is a big issue at the museum. I think we've heard that on many occasions and for many, many, many years, dating back to the 1990s, in fact. There are about 9,000 3D items stored at the museum and over 300,000 archival items. So that's things like books, photos, paper documents. It's a chronic, long-standing issue, and it has been identified by administration, the Museum Advisory Committee, and many of them over the years, Canadian Heritage, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport, and the Canadian Conservation Institute. So serious issue there with storage. Storage constraints are such that the museum hasn't actually been able to accept any new artifacts into its collection and acquire items for its collection for many years. Climate controlled storage is important to preserve artifacts, and it's really not ideal at the current location, according to the curator. And to address storage needs, the museum has resorted to using open display cases. So if you've been in the museum, you'll see out in the open artifact storage, as well as off-site storage, which again is really not conducive to managing your collection, understanding what's in it, and then the staffing components of that. And I think it's fair to say that physical accessibility at the current location is a challenge for accepting and ensuring that the exhibitions are accessible to all. So I think it's fair to say that the museum has requested space in terms of addressing some of those issues in the past.
Great, thank you. I'm going to hurry up because I know my 5 minutes are going to be up here soon. Buyback clause. Is this a legit practice in commercial real estate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. It's not something that you would see in every transaction, but it is the type of clause that somebody can negotiate in where it's kind of appropriate in the circumstances. You know, I think it's a good clause to be using in this case. So it's not entirely unprecedented. It does exist in some situations, but it's a bit rare as well. It was really something that administration prioritized in the negotiations, and the owners actually acknowledged that it had some benefits to them as well. On our side, we needed to make sure that if council, after, as Mr. Soldo mentioned, hearing the total tender prices, decided they weren't interested in moving forward with the renovation, Chatham-Kent didn't end up holding this building that we don't have another use for, so we can force the owners to take it back. It also is an interest for the owners because they have concerns about an inconsistent use with the rest of the mall. And so this buyback clause, I think, really accomplishes both parties' goals.
Great, thank you. I think I'll leave it there and I'll listen to everyone else. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, Mayor Caniff. I guess this has been a really tough conversation over the last several months, and there's a couple things that I just wanted to first publicly say. There's been a lot of emails and conversations coming forth regarding, the decisions made by administration to, not do repairs to the Civic Center. And I think it's really important to go on the record to say that, back in, this is, the dates might be off a little bit, but back in January of 2017, back in May of 2019, and then in January of 2020, there were several reports that came back that administration was recommending for us to address the deficiencies at the Civic Center. It had to deal with accessibility and age friendliness, public staff security, life safety, core systems, internal components of end of useful life, insufficient floor space utilization, poor energy efficiency, designated substances, and substandard accommodations. Anybody that was around this horseshoe at the time, I was around for a couple of the conversations, the overwhelming support from the community was to not move forward with any of these recommendations. There was the same amount of calls, same amount of emails to say, don't move forward, this is just too much money. In the report, at the end of one of the reports, it actually states in the report, if we don't move forward with these recommendations, the cost that it's going to come with. So now we're at the crossroads again where we have a conversation and a hard conversation, a decision to make. I don't like personally any decision, but as Edward stated, and this is paraphrasing, basically whatever happens tonight, Edward, we require, I guess, direction to administration saying that we're going to be spending $35 to $43 million ish in that neighborhood. I know that's very subjective, but essentially if this fails tonight, you still require significant direction to utilize the money that you have set aside for staffing to have a different project, and that could be one of the other options. Is that a correct assumption?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If council so chooses not to go the direction that was given, to explore the Sears building, we would still need to address this building. And as identified earlier, that is a significant cost of, I believe, $37 million.
So I guess where my comments come down to, and I'm going to keep them very short because Councillor McGregor asked several of my questions, is that I think that inaction in the past has left us in very challenging circumstances. It's not because we haven't had direction back to council to say this is what needs to be done and these are the things that have to happen. It's nobody wants to spend this type of money on civic infrastructure because it is a lot of money and we have very, very big challenges in the community. But we also went through a lot of strategic plan through my first term of council and my second term of council, and a lot of the conversation also comes down to right sizing. So this is an opportunity to incorporate multiple municipal assets under one roof with potential cost savings long term. And one thing that I think we have to factor in is the energy savings as well as the operational components. I would much rather be saying no to a project that's $40 million if I had the option. But I think at the end of the day, whether we proceed with the recommendations on the screen right now or we don't proceed, we are going to be having to make a decision to spend $40 million. And I think that if that were to go to the public eye as it did before, the potential would be that that is just too much money as well. So then we're in a conundrum to say, what do we do? So I think that we're left between two very difficult decisions. I think the one that's in front of us is a very hard decision, but I also think it's one that incorporates a multitude of benefits to include getting us to a place where we can be and essentially divesting some of our infrastructure that maybe we can even utilize one of the properties for housing, which we desperately need in our community. So those are my thoughts, and I just want to say I appreciate all the community members that have reached out. Not often you don't have the opportunity to get back to people in a timely manner, but with the volume of people for and the volume of people against and just the volume of people that want to conversate on this, you know, it was very challenging to get back to everybody, but I just wanted to say thank you very much for the conversations and to my fellow councilors, and really thank you to, you know, administration for really letting us know a long time ago that if we didn't make a decision, this is where we're going to be, and this is exactly where we are. Thank you.
Councillor Story, followed by Councillor Jumeville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions for Edward and a couple of comments, but I'll start with a few comments around the horseshoe, and I really appreciate the discussion. This is a really important decision. I know I think we all actually want the same thing. We're just thinking about different pathways to get there. So I respect and appreciate all the discussion and the comments tonight. I will say I'd like to request that we put that $6 million number to bed. That $6 million number has never been directly proven. So I'm just going to ask you, Edward, because that is a number we're using as this net number that it's only going to cost us $6 million. So in your appendix, I just don't see how we can accurately predict that at this time. So in your appendix B, note 1, you mentioned that the Civic Center and the Chatham Public Library will be sold, and you've estimated on what that would sell for. And that part of that number is how we get to this net cost of the $6 million. So how, a few folks in the real estate community have approached me, and they're wondering if you have a crystal ball because they do not understand how we can predict real estate prices at a future date. So how did we come up with, how are we using that unknown numbers of real estate sales to address this costing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask our treasurer to maybe bring up that appendix, because I think it'd be beneficial if we could walk through that appendix and explain some of the numbers. And I know Bruce and himself can provide some answers to your questions there.
Thank you. And I've asked Meredith to bring that up on the screen, the Appendix B to Edward's report. Here it is. So this is going to take a little bit of time to go through, but I think it's important because I think a lot of the questions tonight relate to the financial plan here. This is a preliminary financial plan. There are a lot of estimates in this, but this is where we're at today. So construction, the first line is the construction cost. The $37 million to renovate Civic Center. This shows, just to the public, this shows the two options based on the October report. So that's why it says option 2, renovate Civic Center, and option 5, renovate Sears at the DCC. So the total cost being $37 million for the Civic Center, or $53 million for the Sears. Then you take the property sales. Now this is based on, and maybe Bruce, you can help me on this, but it was based on the October 30th report numbers that were there that were based on the estimates of Jiroshi, a building consultant, correct?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes. So actually, the very first report back in this June of 2022, we had direction to get appraisals done of those 3 buildings. So that's where that number comes from appraisals that were done in the summer of 22.
Thank you, Bruce. So again, it's a appraisal, it's an estimate, but that's the best number that we have. The second line is from the development charge, what's eligible in development charges to go towards an expansion. Not, yes, this could be done on another expansion project of the library at its current site, but comparing these two proposals, there's 1.75 million available through development charges to go towards the expansion part of the library. The new building reserve, I talked about a transfer in 2027 near the end of the project. Back in 2015, we came to council with a recommendation to start a new building reserve to build up 0.1% in new taxes for 10 years, to have 1% to set aside for new buildings. This is one type of new building. Whether it would also be eligible for anything else that council wanted to build new in the future, but this being the first ask, at that time, there would be $9 million built up in that reserve. So equally to both projects. The next line is the existing building life cycle reserve transfer. So this is the funds since, not only from the 2017 reports, but even building up to those reports, we stopped spending on the Civic Center in anticipation of a major renovation of the Civic Center at the time. And so we've been building up money in a building life cycle reserves in anticipation of the HVAC failing any day or whatever would come along since those deficiencies were identified. The next line is also an estimate. It's saying with either option, with it being a new facility, there would be there wouldn't be any expensive life cycle needs in the first 10 years of the project. Again, just an estimate, but we put 10 million in each column. So that total funding of $25 million available for option 2 and 36,106 available for option 5 at the Sears location. So comparing to the costs, that leaves needing to debenture approximately 12 million for the downtown Chatham, 12 million for the current Civic Center, or 16.9 million for the Sears. So we've talked about a $6 million difference in previous conversations tonight. In this calculation, it's a $4.9 million difference, and the change is including development charges in there. So we're not going to pay for all of that in one budget. We would debenture it with a 20-year debenture at 4.5% estimated rates. We have what the annual payments would be to taxpayers over a 20-year period, each year of a 20-year period, $922,000 for the Civic and close to 1.3 million for the Sears. Where is that potentially going to be funded from at the completion of either construction project? Well, we also have the ongoing annual amounts coming in for that 1% for new buildings. It could be simply that you lower, that you make those funds not available for other projects and that you fund the debenture amount from there. It would ultimately be a decision of council in a future budget update. But that's one option that could be used that would result in no budget increase required for either option in our 2028 to 2031 multi-year budget. So I know there's a lot, it's numbers, it's not for everyone, but I just wanted to present that to everyone just as a comparison.
Thanks, Gord. I'm glad we were able to see that. And I appreciate that explanation. I would stand by my position that still does not mean it's $6 million. We still do not, those are estimates only estimates that you just said, and I thank you for going into that detail, but that still does not change that we do not know what those would sell for. We do not know right now, and to say that it's $4 to $6 million, with all due respect, I don't think is entirely a fair number to be using in the public domain. To go back to the other notes, we talked about development charges in this. There's been a change in development charge numbers. I don't know what we're able to say in open session, but our development charges are not what we anticipated. Is that fair? And other than that, how will that affect us?
I can answer that.
Is that
There's
a
no-
question I can
Sorry,
answer?
There is no,
So you want to keep going, or you want him to answer that question?
No, if you're able to answer that, that would be
Go
great.
ahead.
if you're referring to development charge appeals, that was only on the road portions of the development charges, so there's no impact.
Okay, so that wouldn't change that revenue number? Okay, thank you. In terms of life cycle dollars for the building, we would not use any life cycle dollars for 10 years? Is that, again, assuming that the building doesn't need any financial investment for 10 years? I wish I had that on my building. Sir, I apologize, I'm not sure who should answer that.
My apologies.
No, sorry about that.
Mayor, I didn't think that was a question.
Oh, sorry, yes, I was curious. Can you maybe
building
explain a little more about that? Maybe I didn't understand it correctly. Thank you.
Sure, the building will be completely gutted. We would be fixing all the deficiencies of either building, in either case here, so there would not be any large expenditures. You wouldn't anticipate the HVAC or any of the other major system elements within either of those buildings to require a major upgrade over those course of those 10 years. They should all be new systems as we'd be gutting the building completely.
Okay, thank you. I'm almost finished. Thank you. So you mentioned the building, that's probably back to Gord. Sorry to play some ping pong here. Did you mentioned that we do have a percentage going into our building fund and budget. I'm not sure if I'm wording that correctly, but I do recall in our budget sessions just a few weeks ago that there were some motions on the floor to take from that budget line. So what if we end up taking from that budget line in future years? That would not necessarily be available for this project as a revenue source. Or not a revenue source, but a funding source.
Thank you. In answering that question, by 2027, with the council-approved multi-year budget, was adding the 0.1% through each of the years 2024 to 27, there would be a base budget amount of $2,365,000 going into that reserve annually. And again, it would be council's ultimate prerogative of what buildings were first in line, or whether it was shared amongst several new buildings, or it's ultimately a council decision on what new things need to be built.
Thank you. And if we do happen to use that money on this old Sears building, does that potentially mean we can't use it on other new buildings that we may need in other parts of our community that are more pressing?
That's a council decision, which buildings are priority.
Thank you. Just to wrap up, to address some of the final comments here, to speak to the library and museum, one of the reasons why they are concerned about this process, and one of the reasons why I made my motion, is that they have provided feedback and they have provided input, and we have ignored it the last year and a half. So there is some concern that we're not going to incorporate it now. That's why there are concerns from the library and museum. They do want more space. They would absolutely love more prioritizing of their activities, but it's hard to believe now that that approach is going to change, because they have provided a robust amount of feedback and input to us that is not reflected in this, and that has not been, they have not been consulted. They have been ignored. So I apologize for the blunt nature of that, but there is a reason why they have concerns about this. And last but not least, the Accessibility Committee has a similar position. They've asked to provide their feedback on this multiple times, and that feedback has not been incorporated into these reports. So there is a concern about, we keep saying, oh, we're gonna have all these people around the table. We keep saying that, but unfortunately, that has not happened yet, so it's hard to imagine that happening in the future. I hope it does, but if past actions are indicative of future actions, that raises a grave concern for me and those stakeholders. Thank you.
Councillor Jubenville, followed by Councillor Thompson, then Wright, then Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have comments. Maybe my comments will help some colleagues make a decision. And I have questions, but they're all rhetorical, so I don't need answers. I just want to make a comment. There was 2 councillors at the public consultation meeting. Myself and Councillor Story were there. So we did see firsthand what a lot of taxpayers were saying and feeling. It was obvious the tone was an astounding no to the consideration of purchasing the Sears building and moving the Civic Center, Library, and Museum Council. Has received an abundance of emails, as many of you have said, too many to count. The past week, I've received phone calls, all hours of the day, messages, direct emails from a plethora of CK taxpayers, doctors, accountants, business owners, builders, seniors, young parents, teachers, the list goes on. The response I've received is astoundingly against the purchase of the Sears building. I know all of my colleagues on council have received similar communications from the constituents. How do we as duly elected officials vote against the very people who elected us? Yes, sometimes we need to vote in a manner what may appear to be against some taxpayers for the betterment of our municipality, but this, in my opinion, is not one of those times. How can we in good faith vote against the taxpayers of Chatham-Kent? They are watching us closely how we decide on this proposal tonight. I want to be clear, I am thankful to the stakeholders for their contributions to Chatham-Kent over the years. They are smart businessmen and women, people who have put Chatham-Kent on the map for many reasons, and thank you for that. I, as a councillor, hope that no matter how this ends, that you will continue to contribute to Chatham-Kent and look to us for future partnerships. This is merely a business decision and nothing personal, which I'm sure you know. Moving forward, on this, it is difficult for many reasons and so many unanswered questions. The costing alone is confusing. We have not been provided with concrete numbers. In my opinion, would we purchase a home that needs extensive renovations and updates without knowing the costs? We are putting the cart before the horse, and I'm not comfortable with it. Aside from the fact this proposition wasn't even presented in our recent budget and the tax implications, which I know we've touched on. What about the garage? I've heard it's dangerous and in a bad state of repair. Will repairs be made if we go ahead with the purchase? Whose cost will it be? What do I tell the people of Dresden who had to fight tooth and nail to keep their service center alive? If we are to vote in favor of this proposal, what if the Dresden Service Center comes up on the chopping block again and we have to shut it down because the public purse has run dry? What do I tell the rural residents and farmers who are in dire need of infrastructure updates and there is no money for them because of the proposal? There are too many questions and too many concerns. The numbers given to us at this point are guesstimates, and they are not truly reflective, up to date, or concrete. To me, this is a municipal want, and it's not a need. We cannot be irresponsible with the taxpayers' money. Back in the late 70s, Council of the Day made a decision to allow Harrison Hall to succumb to the wrecking ball. The community still hurts from that decision. I hope council does not repeat history. I cannot support this extravagant purchase at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First off, I want to apologize to everyone here and at home for my tardiness this evening. I did take part virtually and listen to the deputations tonight, but I recognize that it is not the same. I also want to thank everyone that sent in a deputation, an email, a phone call, or otherwise on the issue. In particular, tonight, Mr. Coatsworth, who has a way with speaking and writing that I wish to only emulate. I don't have a lot of questions, like Councillor Jubenville, I think, because most of the questions I have don't have answers at this point. for me, ultimately, the money question is a wash. So the difference between extravagant and exorbitant, it's an unknown. It's going to be a lot of money either way. I think ultimately that's where we're going to land, and I want to be clear that I'm not opposed actually to spending the money. We've underinvested in our infrastructure for years because to our detriment, I believe we listen to people that call for no tax increases or from stealing from reserves. I have been guilty of that myself in the past, but it is what gets us into situations like this tonight. So we move past the money and we decide what's best for the vision of our municipality. And I believe, and I always have believed, ultimately it's repair, maintain, and take pride in the building that we currently have. I don't think just because ideas are tenacious, it means that they're worthy. And in almost 7 years, this idea has certainly been tenacious. I remember when the previous owner of the mall, that predates the current owner, reached out and asked council of that day if it was interested in purchasing it. I understand the desire for a legacy project in Chatham-Kent for each council, and I know there's been varying results, be it a theater, a hospice, or a convention center. There are 1,015 days until the next election, and I think a lot of people will be circling that date on the calendar. But to me, what's more important is doing what is right. Sometimes I believe a councillor has to do what they believe is right, be it against the will of the people. Other times I believe it's incumbent on council to deliver the will of the people, and I believe that tonight is one of those times. Rarely have I seen such an overwhelming opposition from the community on an issue, and never have I seen such a disconnect between the apparent will of the people and the apparent will of council. I struggle with how we got to this point. I wish we had have shot it down in the past. I've been very clear on that. I think that the downtown Chatham Centre has a bright and vibrant future. I just don't think that the municipality should be involved in it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Harrigan, and then Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm on the museum board, and actually at the museum board, we voted against moving. We didn't feel that we were going to get enough storage and space, and the way it was explained to us, the docking would be shared with other people, and there was no way to secure the items there. That was right from the museum board. Now on our buyback, in 18 months, if we decide to sell it back, I take it the day we receive this building, we're going to start paying utilities, repairs, everything else on it. Are we getting that money back? Can somebody answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to the question of repair or utilities and things like that, no, that would be a cost of ownership. That would be borne by Chatham-Kent. The buyback provision kind of has two different situations, though, depending on who triggers the buyback. And the purchase price would be different. So if council chooses to not move forward with the project and wants to kind of force the buyback, to force the owners to take it back, the purchase price is exactly the same that council is going to be paying for it under this proposal, 2.95. However, if the owners trigger a buyback, it's 2.95 plus whatever direct costs Chatham-Kent put into the building. So if we replaced an HVAC system, they would have to pay for the HVAC system, but just the direct costs. But to utilities, taxes, those things, you are correct to your question. Those would start to become costs of the municipality because we're the owner of that building.
Thank you there. The other one is the estimates we're coming up with. How are we getting these estimates? Have we got people walking through these buildings, or who's giving us the estimates? Because, like, is it an outside source giving them to us, or how are we getting all these estimates?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start. Maybe I'll look to Bruce to provide any context. These appraisals were done by outside consultant firms, as well as the work that's been done in terms of the amount of money we would need to spend to rehabilitate that building. So we've hired external consultant resources to do this.
Thank you, Your Worship. I apologize. Could you just, the other part of the question there, I was, that's left unanswered, Edward.
The question was, how were we coming up with the estimates in the report?
How did we get to the estimates in the report? Yes, so you mentioned the one is based on appraisals in terms of the property price. The estimates for the refurbishment of the Sears, they were based on a detailed, actually, estimate of the original proposal provided by a third-party construction firm from the investor group. As part of our due diligence, we had that reviewed by another cost controller who actually looked at that bid. This was a year later. Obviously, there's some inflation. So that's where those estimates come from. So they are based on a fairly significant detailed costing and specifications that were provided for that first phase for the Sears building.
Are these estimates getting done by the square foot, or how do they come up with it?
They're initially based on the conceptual design that was provided by the group that was provided. So that's what it's based on. And the comparison was done on that same cost estimate as well.
Was there any comparison done on this building compared to moving?
No, the estimates we have on this building, as Edward noted, was based on the building condition assessment report that was done a few months ago now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I do have some specific questions that I think relate to a lot of the comments and questions around estimating or how do we know specifics. And as I understand it right now, we are working in partnership with the current owners of the downtown Chatham Center and that group, but we're considering whether or not we should buy the building to own it to move forward with the project. So my first question, I believe, is through the mayor to Dave. In what ways does owning the building allow us to do more specific project planning or due diligence in comparison to the status quo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the benefit of being the owners combined with this buyback provision is that we really have kind of full control of that property under this transaction for that 18-month time period, and then we kind of have 6 months after that if council decides not to proceed forward to transfer the building back, as I've already referenced. So during that time, as kind of outlined in Edward's associated report, the administrative team can move forward with preparing detailed design, releasing a tender, and have control of the site, and then be able to take that information back to council in order to inform council of more concrete numbers before that really final decision is made, and which way council goes on that then can either trigger or not trigger the buyback provision depending on which path we take.
Thank you. And in follow-up, I believe this is through the mayor to Edward. The report that we have on 18A around the community hub does have an associated timeline with it. Was that made assuming that we have ownership of the building?
Simple answer through the mayor, yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to draw that attention because if we don't have ownership of the building, some of the requirements around specifics and project plans and blueprints and things like that become that much harder to move forward with, to get a better understanding with, because we don't have ownership to walk into the building whenever we choose and create and bring in some of those consultants. So I wanted to call that as well. And then a follow-up question, under the terms of the purchase agreement, is the reasoning of, all right, the estimated value of this project is far more than we thought and now we can't afford it? Is that a reason that we're able to trigger the buyback clause?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I just asked those questions because I really do feel like before we have we're still working through this process, and really what we have been given as an opportunity through the purchase and buyback is to, sorry, there's a bit of an echo, is to do some deeper exploring while having that insurance clause of knowing that if this is too much for taxpayers, then we can do that buyback and trigger that buyback. Ideally not, and ideally the estimates that we have in front of us are what we're working with, and we're committed to those to be a good partner and purchaser, but I just wanted to state that I think the buyback does give us insurance more than maybe what has been conveyed in our conversation this evening. The second question I have, I believe through the mayor, is to Bruce. How much influence can we have over who buys the current Civic Center building if we were to release it for purchase or tender in that process?
Thank you, Your Worship, and we lean on Gord as part of this as well. But I think the simple answer, council has a lot of control over the process. Like any property sale, it'd have to go through, public tender, RFP process. council could go so far as to go through an exercise of, potentially zoning it or look for even expressions of interest to a specific use that you want to control it to. So there's various options. Obviously, we haven't explored any of that yet because we're still kind of this infancy stage of what to do with those properties.
Great, thank you. I just want to comment procedurally. I think it's a bit unfortunate that 17C around the purchase and 18A are different reports. They're so interconnected. It's a challenge to talk about one without the other. So appreciate that I've taken some leeway, Mr. Mayor, in asking more about 18A, but they are in the same. I've got 30 seconds of comments. I want to thank those who gave deputations tonight, and I want to quell any rumors about backdoor deals with the current Civic Center purchase or anything that is related to the current process. I believe the process has been open and transparent. I had the benefit of watching this when I wasn't sitting on council during my medical leave to have a bit of a public view of what was going on, and now I'm back in my council seat. It is disheartening when leaders either around the council table or in the community or during deputations even suggest that there are conversations happening that are not in the public, and that's disappointing. So I wanted to call that out. We in Chatham-Kent do have community improvement plans. We have open policies for how people are incentivized to purchase buildings and to make use of those buildings. And that is what we will do moving forward for that. So I just wanted to mention that. And also, further to Councillor Sakachi's comments, and we were scolded during one of those deputations. We may have deserved that scolding as a council. However, I really do wish hindsight was 20/20 because I also recall being a councillor in my first term and getting an abundance of emails saying, do not put this money into this civic center. It is a waste of taxpayer dollars. You can save it. It's not worth it. Since then, we've had floods here. We've had unsafe work environments. We know that we have to do things, and the cost has more than doubled since some of the reports that I've seen. So I will take the scolding, but I will also use those lessons learned to make decisions tonight. So thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I echo a lot of the things that have been said tonight, and I share the sentiments that Councillor Harrigan has just shared. I certainly appreciate all of the deputations and emails and phone calls and conversations that I was able to have not only with other councillors, but with administration and with the public. And I think that, that sometimes, we do have to make certain decisions around this table that are really, really difficult. I think I do find some solace in the fact that this isn't the end-all be-all. This just starts the process for us to get some finite numbers of exactly what it's going to cost us to move forward with the Sears building. If it's going to be outlandish, then there is a potential that, as a council, we change our mind on it. And I think that there's that buyback clause that is reassuring in that. Too, that it makes it a bit easier to kind of take this leap and say, yeah, let's find out exactly how much it's going to cost us to consolidate some of these buildings and bring them together and really give the library and the museum what they need, along with a state-of-the-art civic center that we can better serve our community in. So I certainly appreciate all of the conversation that we've had, and I think that the option to do nothing is no longer the option. So whether we go one way or the other, it's definitely going to have a cost associated with it. So I look forward to hearing what that cost is going to be. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'll make a few comments. Many of my questions have been provided answers tonight, so thank you to that. I also appreciate everyone's comments tonight, especially Councillor Brock McGregor, Councillor Sakachi, Councillor Harrigan. I'm supportive of this proposal at this time, and I applaud staff as well for the work that they've put into this and from following Council's direction and providing this information to us and to the community. I especially believe that the buyback clause that is detailed in the report tonight is an excellent strategy and makes this decision that we make tonight. I think Councillor Anderson just alluded to it. It's not the point of no return, right? Supporting this tonight and the subsequent report, 18A, this allows us to continue the due diligence that is needed, to continue considering this project to determine its viability. Saying no tonight essentially halts this opportunity before we've really gathered all the details that we need to make a responsible decision. Thank you.
Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff.
I think everything that I wanted to say has already been said. I just kind of waited. I didn't know if I was going to say anything, and I'm not going to say much. I'm very supportive of this. I'm supportive of this project. Since Councillor Pinsino and I plunked our butts down in these chairs in 2006, this has come up time and time again, and it was a couple $1 million, too much money. Then it was $3-4 million, too much money. Then it was 7 or 8, 10, whatever. It was never the right time or the right amount, right time to spend any money. So, and here we are. And this is, we should learn from this, because this is not something new just with these buildings. This happens with many things that we feel infrastructure, whether it's a building, a road, a bridge, whatever. We kick it down the road as far as we can, and we try to be fiscally responsible with taxpayers' dollars. And just to be clear, I think most of us around the table are putting some money in that coffers as well. So we are very responsible, because it is our money too. And I want to say I got a lot of positive conversations for this project as well, and I got some positive emails. And people do want to see this move downtown and see that vibrant core that we can build and develop as partners investing in our downtown. And I think that was one of our priorities, if I recall correctly. So we since 2006, at least that's all I know about. It's been Band-Aids here and there, and we didn't spend the money on good Band-Aids, so we really need to pay. So I'm supportive. This is a big project. We won't get all the numbers, and we will have to do our homework, and we have to watch and do everything the right way. So I like the way it's laid out. I think that Chatham-Kent is a place to invest in. And if we can't invest in it, let's stop asking other people to come and invest.
Before I hand it back to the mover and seconder, I just have a few comments to make. Just as I listen to all the discussion, I guess I'll go back to what Councillor Sakachi mentioned and a few others, is that we've had this discussion around the table just to fix up the Civic Center. The last 2 times, I supported it. I received calls saying, I'm not voting for you because you supported this cost of this. So this whole discussion is part of that. If down deep, none of us want to spend money in the Civic Center. It's not adding value to the community. It's not saying, you know what, I want to move to Chatham-Kent because you have a really nice Civic Center. And we all feel that way in various degrees. So I felt that. Part of this discussion right now is the same thing, is we're looking to spend a lot of money on this building. And we're down deep, we don't want to, but we realize we have to. So, and I'll go to what Councillor Story said. We don't have all the information, and I agree with her. And that's what the next 6 to 9 months is to do, is to come up with a detailed plan of what this building's gonna look like, and we're gonna cost it out. We're gonna come back to council sometime in the next year or less to just say, here is the exact cost. Here's exactly what we're building. All these different things, and here's the cost. Then we can make a decision based on that. We need to explore those numbers. For the next 6 to 9 months as well, there's gonna be people in our community that want to step up and say, you know what? I'd like to financially support this because I think it's a good idea. I've talked to people already along that they're saying, I support this. There's a lot of people that do. And there wasn't a lot of people that stepped up tonight that support it. There's a lot out there as well, so we have to do that. And I'll go back to what Councillor Thompson said. He said, you know, the numbers are a wash. And, you know, in the grand scheme of things, we're talking whether it's 6 million, 8 million, 4 million. I know it's a lot of money, but in the grand scheme of what we're looking at, it's a wash. But we're gonna come up with these numbers. We'll have a lot better avenue. But when we say it's a wash, hang on, we're gonna have 45,000 square feet here versus 100,000 square feet there. If financially it's a wash, wouldn't we want a new library in there too? Wouldn't we want a new museum? That's what we're collectively looking at, saying, is this feasible to create this wow factor for not a whole lot extra money? That's why we're exploring it. If this option had said it's gonna cost 30 million more to go over there, we wouldn't be having this discussion about this. We'd be having the discussion about spending money on the Civic Center. It's because there's a value add to going over there. That's why we're looking at this. We need the next 6 to 9 months to explore it, and then all of Chatham-Kent will be able to see, here is exactly what we're gonna invest in, and you start looking at those two. So that's why we're here tonight as far as exploring going forward. So I'm certainly going to support moving forward to explore this because I think these are some great options. And I want to add one more thing is that I truly believe the library needs to be an intricate part of this. Everybody that works in the library system, the library board, the museum board, all the people that work in the museum need to provide significant input in this. This is their baby. This is their professional lives right here. We want to create spaces that they're proud of, that Chatham-Kent's proud of. So we are going to work very hard to make sure that the library board and the librarian, everyone's engaged there, the museum, the same thing, as well as accessibility. We're doing this to create accessibility. So we are going to make sure that accessibility committee is tied in to say, we're going to follow all the best practice for accessibility. So those are my 5 comments. I'm probably at 5 minutes. I'm going to cut myself off now. So I'll pass it back to Councillor McGregor, then final words for Councillor Finn.
Thank you. And I won't use too much more time. I really do appreciate all the conversation, the respectful conversation this evening. I know that this is a challenging decision, but it's one that we've I think chewed over thoroughly, and I think it's time to move on to the next steps. And very much appreciate the deputations, the emails, the phone calls, and all the work that's gone into this process. Thank you.
Councillor Finn, final words, and we'll put it to vote.
I too would like to echo the thanks to the emails and the calls. Going right back to the October motions, there are a lot of people in this community that look forward to that library and the fact that it's free and the activities that could happen at this new library and museum. The space is very important, and like I said, for a lot of people, the cost is really important because all activities there are free. So that's it.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Just to remind council and the public that we had 2 conflict of interest, so there'll be 16 that are voting. All votes are in, and motion passes 11-5.
Item 18, Infrastructure and Engineering Services.
18A, Chatham-Kent Community Hub.
Councillor Finn and Councillor McGregor, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to move it.
So seconded.
Okay. Councillor Finn, any comments, or Councillor McGregor?
I don't think I could add anything more that was already previously stated.
I'll hit pause for a minute. Give a minute for anybody that wants to leave. So we're. All right, Councillor Finn, did you said you had anything, or?
I have nothing more to add that was already previously said.
Councillor B. McGregor?
Nothing to add.
Councillor Pinsino, then Councillor Story, then Councillor Jubenville. Councillor Pinsino?
I'll pass.
Councillor Story, followed by Councillor Jubenville.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think there are still a few questions that are worth bringing back to the floor. This is Dave's report, right? That's what I lost. Dave? Oh, God. Sorry, I've completely, as Councillor Harrigan mentioned, I have sort of mixed up my discussions. If you could allow some leeway on that. In terms of the floor plans that we were just provided a few years ago, or a year ago, can we talk about the purchase price of that? And why the purchase price is $630 to $295? 630,000 to 2.95 million.
Sorry, Councilor, I understand there's a couple of different issues on the table here, but that's really about the transaction that was just approved. I'm happy to speak to it if the mayor wishes, but this is really about, council just approved that transaction. And now this is talking about kind of next steps, which is included in Edward's report at 18A.
Okay. Well, full disclosure, I totally reversed that in my own head, and since the discussion went back and forth really between the two motions, and I asked more questions for Edwards first, and no one brought that to my attention, so I apologize, because I completely reversed that, because we did talk about both reports at the same time. So, would there be any leeway, Mr. Chair, to address that, or?
Can you repeat the question, please?
We've discussed both reports essentially together. We had a lot of crossover discussions.
Yeah,
And I'm wondering if you would entertain,
well, given that we've spoke about the other, like, I know it was leaking over into this report, but it was stuff we had to say anyway. So we've already talked about the other reports. I really like to isolate it to this one.
okay. Okay, that's fine. How about, in that case, Edward, could we talk about what happens if I appreciate your accommodation, Mr. Chair, and sorry about that, Dave, to make you get up and down 1,000 times. Edward, could you explain what happens if we run out of space at the Sears building? I know there has been some concerns from our stakeholders about different uses of the space. I know the folks in the museum would like to have the main floor space, the folks at the library would like to have the main floor space, and I assume we'll want the Civic Center having the main floor space as well. So there will be some tough decisions if we get to that point, because if everyone wants the main floor, and then we fill up the second floor as well, what happens if we run out of space there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the next phase, really is to have those conversations with the various stakeholders and determine what's appropriate amount of space for each of the users. And I would say that we'd be building in a bit of contingency in terms of future growth for all the various entities that would be there. Like any other building, if 10, 20 years from now we run out of space there, we would have to reevaluate the priorities we would have in that building and potentially, look at other locations to accommodate those expansions.
Thank you. What if it's not 5 to 10 years, for example? What if when we're doing our review in the next 6 to 12 months that we realize, with, I hope, robust involvement of our stakeholders and the library museum, what if it's immediately not enough space?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a very difficult hypothetical question to answer there, Councillor. We know that Council has given us direction for 35,000 square feet for the library. We'll be working with the museum to determine what their needs are and on which floor they would be. And then we'll be looking at our civic administration requirements and council requirements. So I'm hoping through the next process we do determine what the right layout would be and what the space requirements are. So if it comes back that there's a deficiency in one of the areas, we would have to determine where else we would put the staff.
Thank you. I think my concern with the initial concerns that have been shared with me from these stakeholders is that we're going to hit our space limit almost from day one. And then there might be the inevitable discussion about, well, then why don't we buy more of the mall? And then that cost all of a sudden becomes a whole lot bigger. And we're into another financial discussion that we did not plan for. So I do have some concerns about that space piece and because we could be potentially landlocked as soon as we move in. And with the other two sites, and this site as well, we actually do still have plenty of room to expand if we need to with the space we have here. So I'm hoping that if we don't have this discussion, because we've already decided we're moving into Sears, that we'll be potentially buying the rest of the mall. That seems like that could be a runaway train. When we're potentially moving folks from Civic into Sears, what is our situation right now from our remote and hybrid working scenario? Have we done any assessment of that yet? Maybe that's not a question for you, sorry if it is, great.
Thank you. Through the mayor, that's really the whole purpose behind the next phase. It's the detailed concept design phase, looking at what our space needs today and what they are in the future. I think we're all well aware that the working environment that we have has changed as a result of the pandemic. So we'll be looking at different operating conditions in terms of space for staff as we move forward. So those are some of the key assumptions we'll have to work through in the next design phase.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Jubenville.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple questions or concerns. I just want to know if there will be included in this report that comes back to council, will there be the costs of actually moving? Will that be included? Sometimes that kind of gets forgotten about, but that can accumulate quite a bit. So the actual cost of moving, will that be included? And also I've been hearing from constituents a lot of concerns about the garage, that it's not in a very good state. So I know we will not be buying it, but will there be provisions in place to make sure that those that are using it will be safe? I've heard things like pieces of concrete have fallen and it's not in that great of a state. So I just want to make sure that that will be looked at, and whether it be some kind of an agreement with the stakeholders or if it's a cost that we will have to incur to update the garage. I just want to make sure that that is included in this report that will come back to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you, to the councillor. In terms of the first question, it will be an all-encompassing cost, not only for the renovations, but what it would require us to move there. Similar to what we had provided for this building previously to council. Question number two, I'm going to punt over to legal counsel here to provide some advice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so in terms of the costs that will be necessary for doing the design, the garage doesn't have to be factored in. The transaction that we entered into that was just approved by council, the parking agreement provides that they will bring the building, the parking structure up to kind of the standard that's necessary. So what we had done is an investigative report on kind of deficiencies in that, and they've contractually committed with that approval of the transaction that they'll pay for that, and ongoing maintenance repair is also their obligation.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Harrigan.
Thank or the new haircut. So I have a quick question about the stakeholder engagement process. Actually, it's a combination of question and comment, because we heard from a deputation of a local board member the desire for boards to be involved in the project planning. And I just wanted to make the comment that certainly I appreciate that board engagement is absolutely essential. However, I think it's important for boards, specifically if boards are governance boards and not boards of management or committees of management, that boards are managing strategy and we are looking to our senior staff for that day-to-day engagement. It should not be expected that board members are sitting with staff members on weekly project meetings. That would be the role, for example, in the library of our chief librarian, and then engagement sessions with the boards are taking place. I think that just fosters healthy engagement, ensuring that our staff, both in the municipality and other stakeholders, are engaged at the appropriate level, and boards are also engaged at appropriate level. So it's not a question, actually, it's just a comment for staff to please be mindful of that difference between leaders and staff and boards during engagement.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Again, there's two conflicts on this one. And I see that Councillor Anderson's left the room, so all votes are in. Motion passes 10-5. Moving on to 18B, Wheatley Arena improvements.
Point of order, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Did we not discuss my motion?
It's down at 19. A, and we'll get to
Oh,
that
I'm
one.
sorry. Oh my gosh, I need to take a quick break. Thank you for my
Okay,
comment.
18B, Wheatley Arena improvements.
Councillor is Councillor Anderson and Councillor Sakatchi going to get moved this, please?
I'm happy to move it.
Happy to second it, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, Councillor Anderson, anything you want to,
Thank you. I don't really have all that much to say on it, just that I appreciate this report coming back, and I look forward to seeing it on budget next year.
okay, Councillor Sakatchi?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just wanted to add, just because we are talking about accessibility, I just wanted to add a second bullet point that I sent over, that administration directs staff to review the current number of accessible parking spots at all arena locations and consider increasing accessibility parking, and the report to be included as part of the 2025 multi-year capital update, or if Edward wanted that worded a little bit differently for his benefit, that would be okay as well. I'm just
Councillor Anderson, you good with the concept first before we proceed on with any specific wording?
Yep, I'm happy with that.
All right. Edward, any comments on that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we upgrade facilities and in particular parking lots, we do that assessment, but I think staff can readily do an assessment of all the arenas and come back to council and through the Parks and Rec master plan and budget provide that figure.
Thank you, Edward, and thank you, Mayor Caniff. I have no questions about the report, and hopefully they're both supported. Thank you.
So the second point has been added. Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0. 18C, extending hours of operation for off-road vehicles.
Councillor McGrail and Councillor Pinsonneau, can you put on the floor, please?
Sure, I'll put this on the floor and then I have a comment.
Happy to second it, Your Worship.
Councillor McGrail?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. On November 27th, we received a report that addressed hours of operation for off-road vehicles. In this report, council asked administration to review current bylaw and recommend changes. In this report, administration outlined their thoughts on road safety and considerations. Administration consulted with the Chatham-Kent Police within this report. Through this report, I introduced a motion that the report be referred back to administration for an updated bylaw that includes allowing these vehicles to run from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. We as council voted 16-0 in favor of this motion. Tonight, I'm asking everyone to let's continue to move forward with this motion and approve this bylaw. Thank you.
Councillor Benson, anything to add?
Just well said. Agree with everything there. It's time for this. Where we live, the hours of daylight change almost on an hourly basis, so I think that's reasonable. The safety record is probably better than that of motorcycles that are on the roads, so I'd like to see this move forward tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Crew?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I emailed Jamie, Councillor McGrail about this. Once I read the report, I wasn't, and admittedly I wasn't here, I was away on vacation, but when I was reading this today, at the bottom where it said the police were not in favor of, they had concerns, serious concerns about the safety issues that were raised with this activity at night. So I called Sergeant Lenz and had a long chat with him, and it was very concerning, the things that he told me and that he was concerned about from a policing standpoint, from safety, fatalities, different things that can happen at night, that happen more so at night than in the daytime. He wasn't really concerned about the daytime, but the nighttime was really a concern. So I'm going to ask that this be referred back to staff. I'd like to get some more information on safety, things that have happened, some history with safety with the police, some knowledge that they have, that we as council, when we make this decision, when you pass this, that we have all that information. And I'd also like to have some information from legal about the risks that we, as a council, take on when we are told by staff and police that this is not something they recommend for safety reasons, and then council goes ahead and approves it anyway. So I just want to, I don't think this will take long. I'm not going to put a timeline on it because I believe staff will do this as quickly as they can and get that information back to us. So my motion is to refer this back.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor B. McGregor. Any other comments? Councillor McGrail, thank you. Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I'm just going to reiterate that, you know, we did have that information in that initial report that came to us on November 27th. So, I mean, they can give us a little bit more and the gravity if they want to, but we were well aware and had that information when we voted on the 27th. Thank you.
Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Worship. I remember back when we first brought the bylaw and it was all the same concerns. Everything's almost mirrored. We've been down this road several times. Let's not vote for this referral and let's deal with it tonight. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
The motion to refer back to administration fails, 5-13.
Okay, we're back to the original motion. Any other questions on the original motion? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-1.
Item 19, Finance, Budget, Information Technology, and Transformation.
19A, motion by Councillor Story regarding financial transparency and accountability for the proposal to purchase the old Sears building.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do I need a seconder to talk about it?
Well, you need to read it first.
Oh.
Unless it's on there, and if everyone is okay, well, I guess it's
Yeah,
for people at home that can't see the screen. That's the purpose of reading this. Madam Clerk, I'd like your thoughts on this.
That is the reason why we read it, so the people at home can hear what is on
All
the
right,
floor.
so,
We don't have to do the whereases. You can just do the part where it starts, be it resolved.
Is that where it is right now?
Yes, but the one in the agenda has all of it, so.
I know.
So if you'd like to shorten it, or your choice, if you want to read the whole thing, or what's on the screen. It's just
Thank you.
for people at home. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. I'm good. Thank you very much. I will go with the recommendations, and thanks for that recommendation. Be it resolved that before any tenders are prepared for the new Sears building, that's what that implies. Administration prepare a report to council in open session, including the following financial and site information: full operating and capital costs of the old Sears site, including construction costs, all municipal funding sources required to pay for either option, moving to the old Sears site or fixing what we already own, and all tax impacts to residents. Before final approval of the purchase of the old Sears building, a full building condition report be included in the report to council. This condition report should have at least equal amount of detail and costing as the existing reports in the Civic Center Library and Chatham-Kent Museum. If the municipality moves ahead with purchasing the old Sears building, a steering committee is established to provide feedback and input, including staff from relevant departments and relevant stakeholders. If the municipality moves ahead with purchasing the old Sears building, what control over its use the existing owner would retain in the purchase and sale agreement is made clear. If the municipality moves ahead with purchasing the old Sears building, agreements related to parking will be clear, and whether municipal staff, library, and museum users, volunteers, and visitors to City Hall will have to pay for parking to use these facilities. Regular updates and open session of council on costs incurred, including approximate cost of staff time. Administration prepare a full accounting of potential impacts of this proposal on the operations of taxpayer-owned buildings and communities outside of Chatham. Any costs related to the items listed above come out of the $2 million fund approved by previous council. Thank you.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Jubenville? Edward, is there anything you want to start with, or?
Yeah, I'll start and turn over to Mr. Taylor. There are a number of items that are in this motion that I would guess have already been dealt with through the two previous reports. And some of them may not actually be achievable in terms of actually coming back to council with. So and turn over to Mr. Taylor just to maybe speak to the individual items.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Story, obviously we engaged on this, and so I think you indicated certainly if those other approvals occurred, you're open to amendments. Obviously, we don't know what order things are going to go in and whether those other approvals would happen. But I just note, Council, just going top to bottom through here, a couple of things that we have flagged. So one is that before the tender is prepared, administration prepare full operating and capital costs and all the tax impacts to residents. That's a bit of a cart before the horse situation from our perspective as we talked this over, because as was actually discussed, we have estimates to date in the previous discussions with council. It's the tender that would actually give you the concrete numbers, which would then allow you to come up with what are the full capital and operating costs, or at least need that information. Certainly Gord could add to that, and the tax impacts. On the next section, I just note that the wording says before final approval. And so I guess we're looking for some clarity. We just did approve, or council just did approve a purchase. So at least that would likely have to be amended to some degree. The next section down, administration certainly is very open, as you heard a number of administrative staff speak to, about the idea of thorough consultation, and Edward's report actually spoke to those steps. But we would propose and be looking for an amendment subject to council's thoughts on the meaning of a steering committee. We really felt it was important that council, instead of just striking a steering committee that doesn't have terms of reference, instead direct administration to prepare terms of reference that would come back to council. I think it was Councillor Harrigan that flagged even, governance issues, that you don't want to have a group of stakeholders that maybe think a steering committee means they get to make decisions. You want to clarify that in some terms of reference. And then, as Edward mentioned, Mr. Soldo just mentioned a couple of these pieces here in terms of the rights that the existing owners have, and matters about parking have been addressed in those reports. And I believe the remaining portion of it was fine, but just flagging those to council as you're considering this, it does seem, at least from our discussions with administration, at least some amendments are necessary because of the previous approvals that were already made. Had those approvals not happened and that had been deferred to some degree, then this one could have gone forward in a closer to this kind of form. Edward, is there anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Taylor. I did want to speak a little bit about stakeholder engagement, because we've heard about that quite a bit tonight. The current work plan actually allows for the engagement of the various stakeholders and council key points of the design process. We are going to be having a project team that's made up of technical staff from the municipality, from the various departments that are being impacted, as well as staff from the museum and library, including the chief librarian and curator, as directed by council at our last meeting. And they would manage the day-to-day work of the consultant. So moving that forward. A key points of the detailed design concept, there would be engagement of the public in various boards. Having, I believe, as Councillor Harrigan indicated earlier, having a staff committee that also involves the various accessibility committee, library board, members, there really is not really best practice on how you would manage a consulting assignment at this point here. If it was the wish of council here to have a broader engagement at a committee level, I wouldn't necessarily use the word steering committee. I would use the word stakeholder committee being formed. And staff can come back to council at a future date with a terms of reference for that stakeholder committee that would clearly identify roles, responsibilities, and the mandate of that as we do the engagement. It is a very limited time frame, what we're talking about here in terms of the detailed design concept. We're looking to come back to council, within the next 5 months with basically the final design. So it would be something we'd have to turn around quickly if that was the will of council to come forward and come up with a terms of reference for the stakeholder committee.
Okay. In that case, would it be proper to make some of those amendments to that motion, and then I can still the opportunity to speak to it?
I'll go to the clerk here. So the person putting wants to make some amendments, but I have some questions here. So what card, we're gonna put the cart of the horse here, Madam Clerk.
Putting the cart before the horse this whole time.
If the mover still has the floor and wants to make some of the amendments, like I think we should have what the amendments are that she wants to be voted on. I have on my sheet here that there are 8 particular requests that kind of Dave walked through, so we can go one at a time and talk it through in the amendment, and then we can vote on 8 separately. Sorry, Meredith. Or we can vote on one, that's up to council at the end of it, but we can definitely do that.
So Councillor Story, would you like to just put it number 1 to 8 here and then just go through each one and suggest changes to each one that you'd like? Or would you just want to change it and deal with it all at once? Your call.
Well, that 1 to 8 is fine.
Okay. All right, so if there's changes, maybe we can just go through 1 through 8 to you and saying which one would you like to change, or just you'll keep them the same based on the numbers. So if we take that before any tenders is 1, before final approval is 2, if the municipality is 3, and so on.
Right. Is Dave still here?
I have one more.
Madam Clerk, go right ahead.
I have one more suggestion.
Sure.
You don't have to do, I'm just in my head, I know that it seems overwhelming because there's lots. What could be done is that we withdraw this, you go back and do it and present it at the next meeting where it can be voted on in February. I don't know if that's timing's an issue for you, but now that we know some of the things, you could come back with another notice of motion with more detailed after the conversation and things that Dave has outlined. But happy to do it one by one tonight, but just trying to maybe get our mind wrapped around each one and better articulate, that's all.
That is a great suggestion. In the interest of time, I did have other comments, but I appreciate that this motion, the intent of this motion was financial transparency, and I appreciate your comments, Edward. My only concern, and I just want to reiterate it for the record, is the huge disconnect from our community feedback to this report. We're not reflecting the needs and directions of our constituents. That's my only real intent, is the financial transparency of this overall issue. And that's where we haven't had that to date, and I respect that you, Edward, you have mentioned that that will be built in, but it was built in the last year and a half, and it really didn't happen. So I will withdraw my motion tonight and bring it back with an updated terms of reference. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I would just like to say, can I just do a quick thank you to everyone who reached out to us. I just want to thank everyone. There are still folks here, and I know there are still folks watching at home. We have received a substantial amount of feedback, and from people who often have rarely agreed or united together on any issue before, and folks that I have often had differences of opinion with, but this has united our entire community Our community has spoken loudly that they do not want this, and we have sat here tonight and told our constituents that we're going to go against their wishes, the ones who elected us and put us here, and I'm very sorry for that. So I do hope that moving forward, we can ensure this is a very open and transparent process, and that the financial responsibilities, this agenda tonight alone has tens of millions of dollars on it, just tonight's agenda. And I have grave concerns that we are about, once we purchase this building, this project is a go. No matter what the costs come back in as in 6 to 8 months, we're not gonna change our minds now, no matter what that amount is. So I do have grave concerns, and we are not respecting the will of our constituents. The people here of Chatham-Kent, by going ahead with a project that the citizens of Chatham-Kent have clearly told us they do not want. So, in that light, I will revise my motion. I appreciate everyone's accommodating of my comments tonight. It has been a long discussion, and one that has definitely challenged me at every turn. And I am coming at this in good faith, respecting our taxpayer dollars. So thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair, to make those remarks.
Item 20, Development Services.
Just a quick point of order, Mayor Caniff. I just curious of the people that provided deputations, Madam Clerk, already to this motion? Are they able to speak again to the motion if it's considerably different? Is this going to be revisiting this item all over again? I just need some point of order, sorry.
So yes, this motion has now been withdrawn. If Councillor Story brings back another motion at the next council meeting, it will be a new outline of what it is, and people would be, at the following council meeting, able to speak to her new notice of motion, as we don't know what that contains at this point. A, application for draft plan of subdivision, DS Clark Developments, Inc., Marlborough Street North and Nazarene Road, community of Blenheim, South Kent.
Councillor Doyle and Councillor Thompson, could I put you on the floor, please?
Happy to move that, Mayor Caniff.
And happy to second it.
Any questions? Seeing none, put it to vote.
We have one conflict of interest, Councillor Sakachi. All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Item 21, Health and Human Services.
21A, municipal options to address growing housing and homelessness crisis.
Josh, come on up, and we've been eagerly waiting for your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Josh Myers, and I'm the Director of Operations with Housing Services, and I'm here tonight to provide recommendations on an emergency housing model to replace Victoria Park Place. The number of people experiencing homelessness continues to grow in communities across Canada, and Chatham-Kent is not immune to this concerning trend. There are many unique and individual circumstances why someone might lose their housing, and until the systems that are driving homelessness change, municipalities across Ontario will continue to be called on to provide emergency responses. Municipalities do not have the tools, mandate, or authority to deliver health, mental health, and/or addiction programming. Instead, municipalities rely on our community partners and the provincial government to respond to these needs. These programs are challenged by funding shortfalls and growing waitlists at a time when the need has never been greater. Much of what the community is witnessing in Chatham-Kent are the results of people not receiving the care and supports that they need. Housing Services is presenting recommendations that fall within the scope of municipal programming, providing safe and affordable housing. No single program, government, or organization will solve this crisis alone, and because of this, staff are pursuing a phased approach that targets housing across the continuum and plans to seek new partners that can contribute to solutions. Phase 1 is focusing on the current emergency shelter at Victoria Park Place. There is no forecast to demonstrate that some form of emergency or transitional housing will not be needed in the future. And because of this, a decision must be made on what new program will best reduce the harms of living outdoors while providing people the opportunity to access support services. Phase 2 builds off of Phase 1 with the recognition that shelters won't end homelessness. Only housing with adequate support services will. To that end, housing services will be engaging community partners and interested groups on an affordable option to substantially increase housing for independent adults. Our vision is that every household in Chatham-Kent has a safe place to call home, and we believe that these two approaches will get CK closer to achieving that vision. Housing Services was directed to review 2 models to replace the current emergency housing program. The first option is to build a new shelter similar to a bunkhouse that is similar in operations to the current emergency shelter. The second option is an alternate model of individualized transitional cabins with supports. Staff have toured and reviewed a local congregate bunkhouse to assess what this option could look like. This style would be similar to the current emergency housing system, including the number of clients and support services that we could deliver. It would consist of building a 2-level multi-use emergency shelter with congregate living space that would contain shared sleeping quarters with multiple clients per room, in addition to shared kitchen and bathroom areas. The current estimate for capital cost of a new building is $2.5 million plus any site readiness costs. This number comes from a current owner who created a 56-bed dorm-style bunkhouse. The final cost cannot be determined without proceeding with architectural drawings, which will factor in the updated construction cost. Should council choose to move ahead with this option, the cost to start these plans are estimated at $25,000. Congregate living settings are difficult to manage. The model being explored includes 2 floors, which would require additional staffing. Staffing levels were reduced during the transition from Travelodge to VPP due to the change in layout and additional security options. A similar staffing model to the Travelodge would be required, which is more expensive than the current model at VPP. Approximate staffing cost is $2.1 million. Based on the current cost of VPP, we have budgeted approximately $500,000 in other operational costs. This number is being used for both options and is subject to change. The total estimated cost plus 5% administration is $2.8 million. The second model reviewed involves building a grouping of cabins approximately 100 square feet in size, including a common building to house bathrooms, kitchen, training spaces, office, and meeting spaces. The cabins are constructed from shipping containers, and the quantity is customizable to the community's needs. Due to the design, clients accessing this program would be given their own cabin under a program agreement and head lease. To qualify, there is an expectation that participants work with staff and community partners to transition out of the space as soon as possible. The cabins would be treated the same as any other municipally owned housing, with the same expectations. This will better prepare participants for their next move into private or public housing. The municipality has experience providing transitional housing with supports through the operation of 5 youth transitional units, which launched in 2021. The Homes for Youth Bridge Housing Program has successfully helped 12 previously homeless youth graduate and secure long-term housing in the community. Now Housing is a contractor that both Waterloo and Peterborough used, and they have advised that the capital cost for this project is $1.9 million, plus $650,000 for installation and delivery. There will, of course, be additional site readiness costs which vary depending on the location. The cabins are delivered fully furnished. Cabins present a unique opportunity in that people are given more autonomy. Clients have their own unit, and access to the unit is restricted to the client and staff only. This layout diverts staff's time away from safety and behavior management and instead allows more time to be spent on life skills and case management. It is recommended that security be contracted to be the primary resource for safety and security. The approximate staffing cost with security is $1.9 million. Because we'll be providing self-contained units under a participation agreement, we are able to charge a small fee that would align to the participant's social assistance shelter benefit. We estimate $234,000 in participation fees, which will be used towards the cost of the program. The total anticipated cost plus administration minus revenue comes to $2,373,000. It is important to note that partnerships with the Canadian Mental Health Association and the Chatham-Kent Community Health Centres are vital to the success of both programs. Space will be available for each respected agency to regularly work on site, and both have agreed to continue servicing mutual clients that access either model. Housing Services recommends that we focus on housing, which allows our partners to focus on their mandates. Together, we can provide services that many are needing but struggling to access without a safe home. After reviewing both programs, staff believe that one is superior to the other. Some of these reasons are scalable. With the right location, the cabin program will be easier to scale. We can either increase or decrease in size, which is very different than adding an addition to another building. The cabins can be movable or temporary. The cabins are designed to be movable where a traditional build is not. The approved location for the program does not have to be permanent. If a better location is found and subsequently the current location is more suited for an affordable build, then that decision can be made. Alternatively, if Chatham-Kent benefits from future federal or provincial funding announcements and the need in the community decreases, then the program can be easily reduced and adjusted. A cabin or non-congregate rooms give residents greater autonomy that is far closer to housing than a shelter bed. The program will maintain a focus on moving clients through the housing continuum, which will be beneficial for many, but for some this may not be possible until further community supports are brought to Chatham-Kent. Having a safe, affordable place to call home with on-site support staff will help some people who are currently unable to attend the shelter and instead are living in encampments. Cabins also create an opportunity for improved trauma-informed design practices. Staff have met and spoken with staff from the region of Waterloo who currently manage a site with 50 cabins. The staff at Waterloo note that there are challenges, but they do not outweigh the benefits. Waterloo is currently pursuing a second site with 50 additional cabins and 24/7 staffing. Peterborough has recently launched their program with 50 cabins, and we understand that other Ontario municipalities are currently exploring this. There are various ways of delivering this style of program, as not all tiny home communities are the same. Staff have consistently heard from provincial colleagues and persons with lived experience that professionally delivered supports and services are critical to success. There are some risks. We do expect that engagement will be more difficult than our current setting, as some people will choose not to access services in the main building. We also expect that it will take longer for people to transition into other forms of housing, which will create a wait list. Like today, Chatham-Kent will not have enough of immediately available emergency housing for everyone that needs it. At this time, Housing Services has focused consultations on reviewing both models and hearing from people who will either access the program or deliver services at the program. Thanks to the dedicated staff and volunteers at Rock Missions and Hope Haven, we are able to receive input from 120 individuals with lived or living experience of homelessness. The feedback was clear. Providing housing in a non-congregate way is preferred. For the reasons discussed previously in this presentation and included in the corresponding report to Council, Housing Services is recommending that the emergency shelter be replaced as soon as possible with a supportive transitional cabin program. Emergency shelters serve an important purpose, but they will not solve homelessness. Transitional housing, like the program Waterloo is delivering, presents an opportunity to do things differently. As homelessness grows and the barriers that many face grow in complexity, a new approach is needed. This is our opportunity to do just that. The success of either program will still depend on a number of external factors, including available affordable housing. If staff are unable to move clients through the housing continuum, there will not be available units for those that need them. To address this, staff are also pursuing a second phase to further address homelessness in our community. More work is needed on this plan, however, we feel it's necessary to share all relevant information. Council is well aware that rent in Chatham-Kent has dramatically increased, while those with the lowest incomes remain the same as they were in 2019. There are approximately 2,400 CK households who are relying on Ontario Works, and they cannot afford to pay their bills. The waitlist for community housing is growing at an unprecedented rate. The centralized waitlist grew by 45% over the last 2 years. This number is not a complete representation of the need, as many in the community who need this type of housing feel resigned to the fact that waitlists have grown from 3 to 7 years. Inflation is making matters worse, as it has become nearly impossible to build new rent-geared to income housing with today's costs. Without new housing on the lowest end, RGI or deeply affordable, there is no market pressure to bring rents down to a truly affordable rate. And without new builds, we will continue to struggle to find housing for those that need it most. Modular or tiny homes present an opportunity to provide housing at a significantly reduced cost compared to traditional builds. For example, Now Housing builds bachelor units that are equipped with a bathroom and kitchenette. One container that contains 2 units costs $110,000. Now Housing has provided a quote to deliver and install 20 units at a cost of $2.7 million. At this cost, CK could purchase 50 bachelor units for the same price as 20 in a traditional build, as those costs are now estimated at approximately $400,000 per one-bedroom unit. Where the Council directs Housing Services to pursue a shelter or cabin model, Housing Services is planning to engage with community agencies to pursue the purchase of self-contained bachelor units that will act as subsidized housing to assist with turnover from either program. Many community organizations are seeking housing options for their clients that are experiencing homelessness. The municipality cannot do this on our own. And instead, we'll be proposing new partnerships and shared resources to house as many CK residents as possible. These units are small, and rightfully many in the community will question the suitability of this style of housing. It is critical that as a community this is considered, while also recognizing that right now there are over 200 households with nowhere to live. This style of housing does not have to be someone's forever home. It can be a second stage and part of their journey back to stability and wellness. With employment and increased income, they will have the choice to move on and free the space for someone else. This is an opportunity for CK to address homelessness in an affordable way, while also giving the agency the benefit of addressing their challenges. Housing Services will continue to review municipally owned land that would be suitable for this type of housing. It should be noted that partnerships and locations across all of Chatham-Kent will be a priority, as a scattered site approach is ideal. In addition, the Director of Municipal Housing Development is working on recommendations for large traditional builds, which together will begin to add significant housing across the continuum. Housing Services will return to Council with recommendations, willing partners, and costs for consideration. Following Council approval, administration will complete an RFP for a transitional housing contractor. We'll complete an RFP for a security services, prepare a report to Council with feasible locations and the results of the RFP and recommended operational costs. We'll also be delivering a presentation to the Housing and Homelessness Committee to explore opportunities to support additional tiny homes. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, we've got a few people on the list here. Councillor Crew and Councillor Scotchy, put the motion on the floor, please.
I would be happy to move it. Would you like me to read the recommendations?
Bring them up on the screen.
Yep. Okay, so I will move that Housing Services be directed to complete a request for proposal, an RFP, to secure 50 transitional cabins to replace Victoria Park Place. The final capital costs, along with recommended locations, be returned to Council for final authorization. Number 2, Housing Services complete RFP for 24/7 security services at the future cabin location to ensure that occupants are provided a safe and secure location. The approved cost would be included in the final operational budget for Council approval. Number 3, Housing Services be authorized to operate this site, providing 24/7 case management, staffing that focuses on securing community housing, life skills training, and community referrals. Updated operational costs would return to Council for approval. I so move.
Councillor Scotchy.
Happy to second that, Mayor Caniff.
Okay, Councillor Crew, any comments?
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this. I think that the cabin way is the way to go. This is, offers people, it's traumatic enough to be homeless, but this gives you dignity, it humanizes people, and gives them that opportunity to recover from homelessness. And that's not mine, I'll take credit, but my daughter-in-law, Kim, said that to me, and I said, I'm using that. Because when you think about it, people need to recover from homelessness. That's pretty traumatic when you're living out on the streets. Now, then you have to learn how to participate in being housed, and it's probably not that easy. So I really like this because it is transitional, supportive, private, safe, everything that our presenters said today. And I think that this is obviously the way that I think we should go. I got a question, Josh. And we get lots of emails when there's a house where there's a lot of people that are, hanging out, living on the porch, living in backyards, living, just piling in certain houses. We all know who they are and where they are. And we put a lot of concerns into our property standard department and housing wherever. And then what happens when that place is finally, the neighbors are done with it, everybody's gone? Where do they go?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Complicated for me to say where everyone would go. There'd be a variety of factors, but I would hope that many would contact services that could support them. But I suspect, and in speaking with groups like Rock Missions, what we see very often is the complaints would stop about that location. However, the complaints about the situation will continue because we're not addressing the root causes of the situation. So that problem may shift to an encampment, may shift to a parking lot. The complaints will continue, but they're at a different location, but it's still following the same problem.
And there are undocumented costs to those people that are living, I'm going to say in the rough, like they are living in parking lots, in tents. If they're lucky enough to have a tent, they may be living in an overhang, protecting themselves from the weather. But I guess it's fair to say that our public works spends a lot of money on cleanup. Our employment social services spends a lot of money responding to the homelessness situation. Police, fire. There's a lot of different organizations that that taxpayers pay for that it's not going to be reflected in any of these reports. And we've spoke at length about this, and there will be something coming back. I want people to understand that this isn't the answer to homelessness. The people that we are housing in these tiny homes are people who are going to participate in the supportive housing process, correct? And what would that look like at Victoria Park Place?
Yes, still with respect to Victoria Park Place, one of the first things that staff are doing with individuals is learning what barriers they have and coming up with an individualized plan. If I were to take 100 people experiencing homelessness, I will probably find 100 different needs. And so having individualized plans with each person and having their self-directed goals as part of that is the 24/7 focus of staffing. We say that they're housing focus. We want to recognize what tools we can bring to this problem, while also working with CMHA, who I believe spoke tonight, or the healthcare partners, so that as a community, we're providing them with the services that they need.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone that came today or emailed us about supporting this project. The partners in our community, it's pretty cold out there, and they're making sure people are warm, they're alive, they have a sandwich, whatever the case may be. But these are all volunteers pretty much that are doing this work in our community. And these are the most vulnerable people. And I hope we never have to imagine being in that situation. Homelessness is not too far away from a lot of us anymore with the price of rent. So count your blessings and that you have a nice warm pair of shoes to put on and a coat. I want to thank our partners publicly, and I want to ask us as a council to continue to advocate to the province to help with this project, this problem across our province and across our country. It's not just here. We shouldn't be carrying this full financial burden across in our communities, and it's not just us. But I think we need to continue. That letter we sent last month or late November has got a little traction, and has been pushed on, so that's good. So hopefully that gets some more attention. Probably close to my 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor, but I want to encourage everyone to support this. This is the way that we can support and humanize and help transition people in our community out of homelessness and into transitional homes. Susan, I didn't forget your question. Is she still here? Yes. There you are. I didn't forget your question, but I think Josh answered it in that presentation. So thank you, Josh, and thank you, Susan, for sending me that question. Thank you.
Councillor Scotchy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to briefly, this is, the concept of time here being close to 10 o'clock. I think it's really important to acknowledge yourself, Josh, the amount of work that since this notice of motions came through in all the different avenues of the notice of motion, and how available you've made yourself. I really appreciate that. Calls in the weekends. Josh has also made time to tour me of the current facilities at very short notice, and I really appreciate that. We are obviously seeing, a major challenge in all communities, especially I think the rural communities. It's been more of a shock factor due to the fact it's a lot of the stuff that we haven't seen before in our life. And I'm not going to go so much on the report because I'm going to support the recommendations. What I'm going to do is focus just on one thing: is that our current tax base funding from the upper levels of government is broken. We are equipped to be delivering this service. We are not equipped to be funding this service, but no solution is definitely not a solution. So I think it's really important that now, Mr. Mayor, I'll speak to you directly. Now that we have a plan in place, I think it's really important to take it to the MPP's office to show him exactly how far we've come, exactly what we've invested in our community, and to ensure that the province steps up and also invests into our community as well. So I want to just thank Josh, your team again. As I mentioned, I think that this gives the people that are utilizing this service the dignity of having their own, living arrangements. And Josh, when you say, as quickly as possible, maybe I'm paraphrasing a little bit, how fast do you think we can get just out of the current shelter type arrangements that we have with this potential model?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll be meeting with my team to discuss the next steps. There are still some things that need to be sorted out, and Ray Harper, who I'm not sure is on the line, has been seeking any available property. We do expect that we will have some things to report back. We wouldn't be here today to report a model if we didn't think that there was a possibility. As a timeline, we will know closer in the next couple of months when we get back to council with the results of an RFP, a vendor that can provide this program, and a timeline on what they can provide it. But it's cold outside, so we're certainly not waiting till May 2025 if that's not the case. Of course, this will be up to council direction.
Thank you. And just in closing, this is a somewhat of a temporary solution to help, I guess. It is a Band-Aid, but it is a Band-Aid that is treating an open wound. And I think it's important to recognize that these individuals don't have homes. So how can they even to get services? And, touring the current facility, hearing the deputation by the nurse, recognizing the fact that they can actually seek a medical attention, they can actually seek, a direction and where to go, can actually help them establish a plan and help them maybe get to a point of, a mental state that they're able to progress in a positive way. And I feel without this moving forward, I think that it'll be extremely detrimental to people getting better, or at least getting on the right path. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're at 10 to 10, and we've still got speakers and a number of other things to go. I'm going to ask for an extension. Could someone move to extend it to 10:15? Councillor Pinsonneau, seconded by Councillor Crew. Anyone against going an extra 15 minutes to finish it up. 1 against, motion passes. All right. Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor McGrail, and then we're going to go to the McGregor corner. Both McGregors have a question. So.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Josh, for the report. I think it's awesome. You've got my full support on this one. The only question I have is just because we've heard a lot at Victoria Park Place, it's not always just single people that are going there. There's families as well. A lot of the cabins look like just 100 square feet. Is there any room to potentially have somewhere like the twice that size? So if we do have a family, they can all fit in the same one and it's not jam-packed in there kind of thing?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. Just to clarify, so at Victoria Park Place, the staff that work there, they respond to the homeless response line. We don't take families there. We divert them to motels, but that program delivers it. We would be continuing the same plan where families would be prioritized for motel rooms.
Okay, no, that's perfect then. I misheard some things before in previous meetings. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Looking forward to the report.
Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Kenna. So with my Roma group, I had the opportunity to go to Waterloo and have visit the site and have a really good in-depth conversation with Kellyanne and got some really good insight. So a really big overwhelming factor that I learned through that whole day was that they didn't just count on provincial and federal funding. They were actually working with a group called the Working Center. And the Working Center is, I'm going to say, like an institute, right? And their mandate was homelessness and you know, helping that whole situation. Do we have anyone like that in Chatham-Kent, or should we seek? Should we not go to the Working Center and maybe, I'm sure they would be happy to entertain us and talk and how they get the funding, because it wasn't, most funding was through the Working Center, right? Working Center was getting that funding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that part of this, but I think that's something for us to take away and certainly seek. If there is any other avenue to support this program, and that's the will of council, we'll be seeking any other source of funding. Frankly, we have multiple recommendations that we know we need for affordable housing. So wherever we can leverage other grants or federal or provincial dollars, we know we need to.
Perfect. And then just one other comment, and while we were visiting the site, they did say they had forgotten one thing in their build, and that was the recognition that these individuals, excuse me, I probably need some water, have animals and pets, and they had not accommodated for those pets as in a run or anything like that. So please remember the pets.
Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, and through the mayor. Josh, thank you so much for that report. After the agenda that was presented earlier this evening, when I read your report, it was left me feeling very good that this is moving forward and that we're maybe finally looking at this. We've been talking about it for a while, tiny homes and different scenarios, how we're going to be able to help our vulnerable people in our community. And your report was very well written, and I really do appreciate that. The only question I would ask you is, and I know they've looked at this in other communities, is this something that we can look at adding on to? And I know there's probably having the proper supports in those areas, but have we considered looking at other communities like Wallaceburg being the next largest urban center in our municipality?
It's a hint, the time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the question. If I may, I do appreciate the kind words, but I would be very remiss at this point if I didn't point out to the hard work that staff have done on this, and they are working right now at Victoria Park Place, and there are staff and volunteers at Hope Haven working right now. But of course, thank you. I had to throw that in. As for scaling, that's exactly what we're hoping to do. My question right now is more along the lines of that second phase. To create another 50 cabins that serve in that in-between emergency transitional period, we require the staffing, and I respect the cost that that comes with. My question to staff is when we get started, if we can do those larger builds that are treated just like housing, but after we've had a chance to work with somebody to make sure they have those skills, let's put 20 of them in Wallaceburg. That way they don't need the 24/7 staffing. They know who to contact. They have supports that follow them. But as referenced in the report, we're certainly looking across Chatham-Kent. The needs are everywhere.
Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you. I won't make you kneel down to the mic. My questions have been answered, but just a few comments. I really appreciate the inclusion of the community partners in this program and the experience of people with lived experience. I think that's really important when we look at these solutions. And certainly understand that this is just a start. 50 cabins will fill up very quickly, and we still need all that ongoing work in our community to address housing. And I think if there's any feedback that we hear unanimously in our community, it's that homelessness and housing are the number one challenge we're facing. So this is the report that should pack the house tonight. It's a little late, so I understand it hasn't, but this is a really important step for our community. So thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yeah, I've had the opportunity to look at these, and the person that had them on display was telling me that they had a 50-year lifespan they figured on these. Being a container and with a proper ventilation under them and everything, there would be at least a 50-year lifespan with little maintenance on them. So it's probably a good way to do it. The other thing is we're really going to have to caution ourselves where we put these so the zoning's good and we're in the right neighborhood for it. But it is a great thing to do. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0.
Corporate services. Oh.
21B, Community Solutions to Housing and Homelessness.
Councillor B. McGregor, you had a question about the information report?
I've got a comment with some latitude on the report, and I didn't want to take any time out of the last report, but I think this is an opportunity to point out that assistant rates in Ontario this month are $200 below what they were in the 1995 Harris cuts. So when we talk about this issue in our community, I don't think we can without mentioning that. I think we need to mention it as often as we can. We need to do it at AMO and Good Roads because, as Councillor Sakachi said, this is becoming a significant cost, and frankly, the province isn't doing enough. That's my only comment.
All right, item 22, corporate services.
22A, Delegation of Authority Bylaw.
Councillor Jubenville and Councillor Hall, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
I so move.
So seconded. Councillor Jubenville.
Yeah, I just have a question about the delegation of authority. I realize we already have the strong mayor powers where council's vote has the potential of being vetoed. Does this mean that we are taking more decisions that council has previously made and delegating these decisions back to administration? So I'm just looking for clarification why this is needed or being recommended.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this delegation of authority bylaw, yes, it has been in place. What you see before you now does not have anything to do with the strong mayor powers. These are amendments that have happened over the past year. Every year we go to look at things like the procedural bylaw, the delegation of authority bylaw, and do updates. That's what this report is here. There is a report that I am working on regarding strong mayor powers. It is with legal at this point, and we hope to come back within the next month or so. And it will identify bylaws that we have to look at because of the strong mayor powers. So at that time, we may bring forward something relating to whether it's the code of conduct, procedural bylaw, delegation of authority bylaw, et cetera. But this simply is just an annual update.
Okay, so just so I comprehend, so are we taking some things that council would have voted on and deferring it back to administration to make the decisions? Or am I misunderstanding that?
So the delegation of authority bylaw, these are decisions that normally would be made by council, but we are trying to do the routine ones, give administration the authority to do that. So they don't have to come to council, so there's not those small reports that have to be done. So council is taking their authority and delegating it to administration throughout this bylaw, so that we don't have to bring numerous more reports to council on a Monday evening.
Okay, thanks. I'm just concerned that it just feels like our council's vote, our voice seems to be diminishing. So it's just concerning to me, that's all. Thank you.
We're to notice of motions, Councillor Pinsino.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we need a motion to approve the bylaw.
Oh, okay, we'll go with that first. Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 16-2.
We'll go to notice of motions, Councillor Pinsino.
Thank you, Worship. I, Councillor Steve Pinsino, hereby provide notice that I'll bring forward the following motion at the February 5th, 2024 council meeting for discussion and voting. Whereas Rosa Beach line has been closed due to bank failure on Lake Erie, and whereas traffic is forced to go around the closure when traveling from Blenheim to Rondeau, be it resolved that McKinley line be considered for tar and chip between New Scotland line and Rosa Beach line this year.
Closed session reports, Councillor Crew and then Councillor Allen. Can I get you to second that?
Council received information on litigation advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on by the municipality with regard to contract performance issues, Section 239(2)E, F, and K of the Municipal Act 2001. I so move.
Happy to second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
All votes are in. Motion passes 18-0.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to bring attention to a petition that was submitted to council in the communication report regarding a petition, CK Municipal Property Tax Increase for 2024, along with the purchase of the former Sears building in order to move the Civic Center, Library, and Museum. The petition was received in the clerk's office on January 5th, 2024. It was signed in person by 1,672 Chatham-Kent residents to state they were against the property tax increase and the purchase of the Sears building. I just was wondering if someone could speak to this petition and why it cannot be voted on by council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave Taylor, Director of Legal Services. So the downtown Chatham Center portion, we obviously council just voted on that, right? In terms of the budget matter, in past years, in theory at least, other than the practical problems about trying to reverse the budget, it would have been possible for council to bring a motion to reconsider the budget. That would have been a 2/3 vote. However, there has been a change now to the way that budgets are approved under the strong mayor powers that are now in place. So if you'll remember at the beginning of the budget session, we did a presentation about how that changed the budget process. And essentially what it is that council has 30 days, a fixed 30 days under the legislation to make amendments to the budget. After that 30 days passes, the mayor has an opportunity to veto any amendments. But otherwise, the budget is deemed to be passed, and there's no provision for extending that or for reconsidering it. So that kind of petition that they're asking for council to take the individual step to reconsider the budget, there's actually just no legal mechanism to do it.
Thank you for clarification.
And Councillor Juveville and Councillor Doyle, can I get you to move all the communication items? Oh, Councillor Story, you have one?
Pardon me, Mr. Chair. Can I make a remark on non-agenda business? Is that where we just were? Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'll move.
Councillor Doyle?
I'll second that.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Non-agenda business. I'll go to Edward, then I'll go to you, Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we opened the meeting today, I did welcome our new GM of Health and Human Services, and I was remiss to acknowledge also that we have our new General Manager of the Public Utilities Commission here as well. So I'd like to, it's his first meeting. So Darren Galbraith has been with us, the municipality, for a long time, and congratulations on your promotion to the GM position. And I sure hope you don't make it a long-standing tradition that you're going to attend all these late meetings with us here.
Councillor Story.
Thank you. Councillor Jumonville's mention of the petition actually reminded me, and I was remiss in not mentioning it sooner, although I know our time was limited. There were two very active supporters of the library who also distributed a petition, Janice LaSalle and Sue Brackenberry, who worked together. They are ardent supporters of our Chatham branch, and they also circulated a petition with their concerns about moving the library to the old Sears building, primarily regarding the needs of accessibility. So I'm hopeful that I will be able to bring those concerns back to the Horseshoe and make sure that the efforts that I want to recognize their efforts and thank them for their work to raise awareness about the needs of the library during our future discussions. Thank you.
Councillor Juvenile.
I'll be quick. When I mentioned that, I don't know if I mentioned the person who was instrumental. Her name was Liz Valley, so I just wanted to make sure I mentioned her name. And I do have a quick question. Just wondering if we can get a status report soon on the flag policy. A few constituents have reached out to me to ask if we can get an update on the flag policy. I know it was, Councillor Cruz's motion was April. It was supposed to come back in September, and then it was deferred till November. So just wondering if you know when we can expect it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can offer that we are working on a draft, well, not working on a draft. We have a draft almost all but done. We have a few little things that have come up in the last, I would say 3-4 weeks on the policy that we wanted to make sure that we added into it, that we hadn't originally conceived of it. So hopefully very soon coming back to the council floor. Thanks for the question, Councillor Jumonville.
All right, we're going to enter the favorite time of our council meeting, first and second reading. Councillor Pinsino and Councillor
moved.
B. McGregor.
So seconded.
Councillor, anyone opposed? Motion carried. Third and final reading. Councillor Bondi and Councillor C. McGregor.
So moved.
Seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. Adjournment. Councillor Crew and Councillor Thompson, we're going to go to you to wrap it up for us.
I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, February 5th, 2024, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act. I so move.
I don't like being the last one in and the first one out, but I will second it.